Round one brought us a trade up for Travis Hunter. Interesting Amarian Hampton landing spot. Colston Loveland ahead of Tyler Warren and a whole bunch more. But today, day two, is where all of our pet players get drafted. We see the final big running back and wide receiver landing spots. And we're going to watch it all and sweat it all with you live here. Erik Beimfohr and Rob Coakley on Spike Week. Let's do it.
3, 2, 1, liftoff.
Rob, what a wonderful time it is. You know that you're a disgusting fantasy football and especially best ball, I feel like degenerate, total sicko when day two is you're like, oh my God, I can't wait for this third round pick in the NFL draft. Everybody else is like, who did my team take in the first round? Right. Where at every channel podcast show is spending every waking minute today discussing Shador Sanders and the fact that he didn't get drafted in the first round. And I'm like, I don't care, man. Where's Trey Harris going? I just don't. Give me Trevion Henderson. Give me Cam Scatterboot. Give me those guys. Today, I'm super pumped for these two rounds.
Yeah, last night is round one, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to go out. I'm going to go to a trivia night because what I care about is the Friday night grind of the 300 running backs that are about to get drafted. So I care about that a little bit more. Day one recap, you brought up the Jags. They ruined my life by trading up to the 2 pick. They threw the whole draft out of whack. I actually lost money on the draft for the first time ever this year. So thanks a lot, Jacksonville.
Sounds like Jacksonville also robbed Updog of money. He said Dorito didn't have his cocktail ready, and Updog can't even afford a cocktail because the Jaguars ruined everyone's life. That was, so the draft is kicking off. We'll pull up the draft tracker here in a minute. We would be remiss if we didn't at least quickly discuss the Travis Hunter thing, because in a few days we're going to have to decide, the contest is going to launch and Travis Hunter is probably going to be at a price that is not correct, right? On Monday. I'm not saying it's going to be too low. I'm not saying it's going to be I don't know, but it's probably not correct. I think I've thought about it though quite a bit today, because I could not be less interested in the Shador Sanders conversation. On one hand, I think it's pretty telling, and we discussed this a little bit last night on the ship chasing stream. If you go all in, right? If the Jags said, this is our dude, and a huge part of his value is playing both ways. When you put all your chips in the table on a two-way player, common sense would not say that, and it's a smart organization, right? Newly run Jacksonville Jaguars are theoretically a smart organization. You wouldn't then say, well, he's only playing corner, right? Because that just wouldn't make sense to mortgage the future for just Travis Hunter, the corner. So one would say, all right, they're definitely going to play him both ways, but there's a lot of in between, playing him. Is he going to play 130 snaps every NFL Sunday? I think that's where I've thought today, as I'm reading more stuff, and I posted in the Discord, which of course, if you're not a part of the Spike Week Discord, there is a link in the description. You can join, come chat with the folks there. John Harbaugh quote, who I respect as in my opinion, one of the best coaches in the NFL. And he basically said, you can functionally play both ways to some degree, but you can't it's just not possible to play full-time corner and full-time wide receiver in the NFL. And I tend to agree with that. So what do you think from a fantasy perspective that do we just take the swing and just say, oh shit, that sucks when he's running 15 routes a game? Or do you think maybe he's going to play more wide receiver and more sub package corner? Or just what are you thinking about that?
Well, they're saying that he's going to play more receiver than corner. That's what they're saying for now.
Yeah.
And
it's April.
It's April. Yeah, it's still April. And I just feel like it's harder to play 70% offense, 30% defense than it is to play 70% defense,
I agree.
30% offense, because it's a lot easier to instill packages for a wide receiver than it is for a corner. And just the defensive game planning on a week-to-week basis,
It's nuts.
it doesn't add
your
up.
whole as someone who played very, very low level football, right? Especially compared to what Travis Hunter is doing. Your whole defensive game, like you have fundamentals of how you play defense, right? You're a cover 2 team or a man team or whatever. But especially in the NFL, like on a week-to-week basis, it's like starting from scratch, right? You get in on Monday or whatever their schedule is, and you like install an entire, like you might change your whole scheme.
Yeah.
To account, right? Because playing Tom Brady is not the same thing as playing fucking Anthony Richardson.
Right.
you adjust how you're gonna play defense, and like the mental load is nuts on the corner side. Whereas, like you said, I mean, you know, most like you have to read and react at wide receiver, blah blah blah. Everybody gets that, but it's like, yeah, I don't know if he's in like you're generally in like personnel packages, right? If it's like whatever, when we play 4 wide, Travis, get out there. We're gonna do that 10 plays a game, and we only run X amount of plays from that. It's like it's not that, you know, it's probably second and long or whatever, you know, like he's not gonna have to run block, he's not gonna have to do. So I totally agree. Just from a straight, I just wanted to add, like from a straight football sense, I totally agree. Like the corner load, it's a read and react position. Like the whole thing of playing corner is you're reacting to the offense across from you. On offense, you dictate what's happening, and so it's tricky. Like I think it's very tricky.
Yeah, and on defense, you have to basically practice as a unit, whereas for the offense, they can stick Parker Washington in where they're going to be playing Travis Hunter, and then after practice, Trevor Lawrence, and you know they can run like a 7-on-7, like a you know just the quarterback receivers,
right,
and practice on their routes.
Hang around
like
for
that.
a half hour after practice or whatever. Yeah,
and get their timing down. You can't do that defensively. So I'm still probably more bearish than the field on the Travis Hunter thing. What excites me about it the most is, are people going to allow BTJ to slip a little bit because of the Travis Hunter thing? And if that's the case, like if we can get, even if it's like 4 picks or so, like a slight slip, because you know Ginty's going to rise above them, right? Like that's one for sure. Yes. Maybe they allow Bowers to sneak up past him now as well.
Right. Bowers is firmly at the 1-2 turn now, right? It's like 11, 12, 13, as opposed to sometimes he'd be 16 or whatever.
Yeah. Pious Devil's asking, speaking of which, are all my Parker Washington shares dead? I would say they were never alive. But
that is fair. That is fair. But as the Parker Washington bull here, I don't think Travis Hunter is ever going to, like, Parker Washington is a slot.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter is an outside wide receiver. The shares that are dead, that are truly dead, like I'm not, like you said, I'm not trying to sit here and say Parker Washington is good for fantasy. What I am saying is that Gabe Davis, it's fucking over. He is 6 feet under, dude. They signed Diami and mortgaged the future for Travis Hunter. I don't think Liam Cohen is a big fan of Gabe Davis, is what we've learned over the last little while.
Yeah.
Exactly. Gabe Davis, who like it's the new
personal,
Mike Jones. New Mike Jones.
The personal Voldemort of the Jacksonville Jaguars is Gabe Davis. They won't even say his name at all. Like
the one wide press conference they asked about the wide receivers, and they did for clarity. Yeah, they had a press conference. They asked about the wide receivers. He mentioned every wide receiver except Gabe Davis, and then they traded up for Travis Hunter.
They might have even mentioned Keenan McCardle at some point before they got to.
Keenan McCardle's might come back and show these guys how to run some routes over the summer.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Gabe.
Wow,
not looking good for Gabe.
The pick is in for the Browns. They do all these funny spiels during round 2. Joe Thomas currently up there. Obviously, I can't hear it, but Browns fans, oh boy, I do think this is. I'm not an expert in all the defensive players, but from what I gathered, this fella, I don't know how to say Schwezinger. I don't know how to say his name. I think is a decent football player, but somebody in the chat, if Best Ballin's around, he's one of our draft gurus. But I think from our perspective and Browns fans' perspective, this is still not the most exciting. Yeah, wins the Buckus Award last year, but like an off-ball linebacker at the top of the second round when, certainly Shador is there. Luther Burden is there. You can have your pick of any wide receiver, any running back, and Shador Sanders. Getting a linebacker is interesting, but
but Houston's not taking a quarterback. Tennessee's not taking a quarterback. So if you wanted Shador,
but the wide receiver part, you're not going to get one of the wide receivers now. Yeah, if you wanted to like double tap Burden Shador, that would have been it, or Trevion, or Trevion's like one of the best players available here, so be interested to see what happens with that. I don't think we see this list, like you said, Houston is probably not a running back. If Houston doesn't just draft, I believe they have 5 picks today. If they don't just draft 5 fucking offensive linemen, somebody needs to investigate them. If it's not an offensive lineman right here, certainly that's bad. But I'm kind of curious, when does a Trevion Henderson come off the board, or if somebody likes a Judkins better, right? Or somebody, because Houston theoretically shouldn't do it. Tennessee shouldn't do it. Cleveland could, but now they just took a linebacker. So does running back, do you double tap running back and linebacker at the top of the second round? That doesn't seem smart. Raiders, no. Patriots, Bears, I guess. Bears, oh my gosh, actually, now that I start to think about it.
Yeah.
Trevion Henderson to the Bears. Who, baby?
Yeah. Also, before we get away from him, is Carson Schwezinger just really Jack Jacob Sanderson? That's what it looks like.
He does look like Jack Jacob Sanderson. Also, I always think to people like Carson Schwezinger and greatfitpatriots.com. And if you dreamed up a person who I would say is a great fit for the New England Patriots, Carson Schwezinger, Butkus Award winning white linebacker with flowing locks of hair seems like a great fit. Although he did play at UCLA, so a different coast maybe. Do we want Twitter spoilers? I would prefer not, but I don't really care that much. It doesn't bother me either way.
Yeah, I would say probably not. The live reaction is probably a bit better as it comes in.
I think so.
Is a bit better.
Good player, bad position. Oh, I did not mean good player, bad positional value for Jaden Higgins. That's interesting. I'm a little shocked he is the first wide receiver off the board, but not a lot shocked. Certainly Burden doesn't really fit when you have Christian Kirk on the Texans, and obviously Tank Dell's hurt. Stephon Diggs is gone. Right now, it was probably like John Mechie starting. So depending on how you feel about Jaden Higgins, I mean, the Texans is a pretty darn good landing spot. Like if he can play, with
the opportunity is there for sure in that offense right now.
We saw Diggs and Tank were, Tank wasn't necessarily so good, but Diggs, when he was healthy last year as the other outside guy, was good for fantasy, even though the Texans were disappointing. So if Higgins can play, I mean,
sort of tells you everything that they're thinking about that wide receiver room too, where obviously Nico's a 1 of 1, right? So just set him to the side.
Right.
But it shows that what we already know, Tank Dell is probably done or close to it with that injury.
Yeah.
And Christian Kirk is basically a stopgap for them that they got on the absolute cheap. So
yeah,
they knew they needed another.
To your point, Tank Dell is not going to play this year. So Kirk is let's buy 1 year of this. Higgins is, both can play this year and a long-term bet. Seattle trading up to this pick from Tennessee. There was plenty of rumors of the quarterback thing, of Seattle trading up into the back of the first to get a Jackson Dart or something like that. So I do think Shador would make would make sense here. Yeah, Scott Pullen is it QB here. I would definitely not be surprised, but they need everything, frankly. Seattle needs everything. So if they got right, if they just like, oh my God, we didn't think insert X player was going to be here, I wouldn't be surprised. I guess running back they don't really need, but Ken Walker also isn't necessarily destined to be here forever. So I would kind of think it's Shador, but
yeah, I love Updog saying classic Seattle trade up for running back. I was actually curious, like right when we first heard it, if one of the running backs were part of the package to get to this.
I haven't
point.
seen the package. If anybody has seen it,
but I would assume that we would have heard that right away, right?
Like yeah, it would be like 5 alarm fire.
Yeah,
Ken Walker got traded for a 2nd round pick.
Yeah.
I also don't think Tennessee would want those. I'm not saying they wouldn't want them, but you know what I mean. Like they have Tajay and Pollard. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to bring back a running back unless they just like love them.
Yeah, I mean, they have Tajay and Pollard's fine. Yeah. So if you think it's an upgrade, then sure. But but to your point, that is far from the needs of the Tennessee.
Yes. They're so far from being competitive that they just need the picks.
Yeah, it's not
52 and 82 so they gave up 82 to move up 17 spots. I'll take the 3rd for 17 spots if you don't love somebody right here. Yeah, an extra 3rd, it's a day 2 pick. Yeah, man, for Tennessee, sign me up. I don't have my what do they call it? The value sheet or whatever that is apparently super outdated now. And the Falcons clearly don't even use that motherfucker. The Falcons are like, what is this value sheet? We just throw away 1st round picks like they're candy. But that seems fine. That seems fine to me on both sides. Especially if you're going up to get a quarterback. I think I'm not a Shador guy, but if you're going to go up and get a quarterback, give up your 3rd to get him.
I wonder how much it would have cost us with with Cleveland having 2 picks, 2 of the first 4 picks in this round. How much it would have cost us to get Kevin Costner to join us for the first 30 minutes of this stream.
We should have at least. Is he on Cameo? We should have at least looked up Kevin Costner or someone that was in that movie, Jennifer Garner or something on Cameo. I did but just quickly, we did it. So I'm a North Carolina, basketball fan. For whatever reason, despite being in St. Louis, a lot of our big friend group is either North UNC fans or Duke fans. So we have a big, group text of year-round hatred towards each other. Yeah. And a few years ago, when Coach K's last year, UNC beat Coach K in the last regular season game, and then knocked him out in the Final Four. I ordered Tyler Hansbrough was on Cameo, and I ordered a Tyler Hansbrough cameo to talk shit to one of our and he goes on Cameo for like 3 minutes just shit talking our buddy about Duke Carolina and how Carolina kicked their ass and is going to do it again and all that kind of stuff. And it was awesome. Here's the pick.
Let's come on, Seattle.
They always just take so long because they get their like celebrity pick announcer. And
oh my God, it's the worst.
So bad. It takes forever.
It used to be so much better back in the day when they thought nobody was watching and it was like Saturday at like noon.
It's the best. Dude, it was the best.
Rapid fire.
I would be so excited watching the Saturday, like just like you said, rapid fire, like 3 rounds in 3 hours, like just keep the picks rolling. Now it's like I gotta watch Richard Sherman give his fucking, whatever, what do you call it, that you're out of college, and you give the speech. It's like, come on, dude, just no one cares what you have to say about this.
Yeah, we have to hear about every tragedy that happened in the state of that team throughout the year too.
What Richard Sherman had for lunch today, exactly. Felix, they would go so fast that like some of the most notable picks would just like, oh, so and so, like Mel Kiper would be like, oh wow, what a big pick there. Okay, let's go back to talking about whatever. Like Nick Emanwari, a safety from South Carolina.
That's a Seattle move if I've ever seen
That
one.
is if there are eliminator ass picks, that is a Seahawks ass pick.
They love going to get their safeties.
What the hell?
New
They're trying to
regime and
recreate-
everything.
New regime still in love with the Legion of Boom idea, I guess. I mean, he's like, again, I'm definitely not an expert in the defenders in this class, so I'm not going to be able to speak intelligently about it. But just from a common sense, like team building perspective, moving up to go get one of the lower impact positions is like just like generally not great, right? Like moving up to get a running back, moving up to get it's often bad enough to just take them anyway, but you move up to get a linebacker or you move up to get a safety, or something like that. It's like, it's typically not an ideal way to build your team, but if he hits, whatever. Guard safety. What a start for Seattle. No big deal. They don't have an outside wide receiver on the roster, and their quarterback sees ghosts, so might as well not help them.
Speaking of like these tragedy things, did you see this ESPN headline for Harmon, the Steelers pick?
Yeah.
Harmon's mom died after Steelers picked her son. Maybe we word that better.
Yes.
It's so bad.
Unbelievable.
What are we doing? Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
That's like truly insane, heartbreaking tragedy. And it's like, we could mince our words a little bit,
Yeah,
what I mean?
Like, maybe we word this just, I don't know. Ask a 5-year-old to word that better.
Yeah, seriously. Seriously. Yeah, what a pump fake. That's a great way to put it. See, like now the Browns are bringing up a little kid, and like it's cool. I think it's awesome that the little kid gets to go up there. But you notice,
there it is.
Judkins. Wow, to the Browns. No quarterback. Judkins over Trevion.
They like him paired better with Ford, do we think? Than they would have.
I think that's possible.
But more than they liked Henderson there.
My take on the Browns. They are
dumb.
They are 3 years away from being 3 years away.
Yeah.
Like the Watson contract, like you're not winning a Super Bowl in the next multiple seasons because of what you did with Deshaun Watson, right? Like it's a sunk cost. You deal with it. It sucks, right? You feel bad for the Browns fans, whatever. So like, why do we care? And they probably just do think Judkins is better. But let's just say, for fun argument's sake, that they did do it because they're like, he fits better next to Jerome Ford. It's like, brother, you are 8 years away from being a Super Bowl contender. Jerome Ford's not going to be in the NFL by the time that you're doing, like, make it, just draft the best players. Like the Browns just need to draft as many good players, especially in my opinion. They also shouldn't be drafting these running backs in the second round. You need to draft the high value, like swing on the high value positions. Like I'm not saying they should have drafted Shador. I'm not saying whatever. I'm not saying they should have drafted Burden, but like, I just don't understand when you're in this position why you're drafting a fucking linebacker and a running back at the first pick of the second round and the fourth pick of the second round. Like they're so far away from being competitive, and you just used some really high value picks on the lowest value positions, literally the two lowest value positions in football.
Yep. Yeah. I don't think the Ford chairs are dead. I see that question in the comments. I think if anything,
they were going to take some. They
were always taking somebody. It's going to be like the Steelers. The Steelers is going to end up with somebody too. Like, I mean, we're going to overreact. Actually, Ford becomes an even better pick now because he's going to drop even more.
Free. He was already free, and he might have been. It was a chance. He's just the starter. Now everybody's, rightfully so, is going to put catapult Judkins up
for sure.
But
yeah,
Ford's going to play. Judkins is not like super dynamic or anything in the passing game. He's not like a big home run hitter. I think that Ford's still going to get his whatever percentage of that backfield. And now it's just a, contingent value bet. Another trade? Las Vegas Raiders trade the pick to the Dolphins. Here's another team. Why are the Dolphins giving up picks to move up with everything that they got going on? Like, I don't get it.
Well, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, clearly we don't know what the trade is, but I would want it to be Tyreek just for the LOLs.
Every trade we're just like, so Shador, right? It's like, it seems multiple teams are moving up and nobody gives a shit about Shador Sanders still being on the board.
I mean, what does that tell you about him as a player, though? Like, that's,
yeah.
You know, we could talk about all the personality stuff we want. If he was him, as the youth say,
right,
none of that shit would matter, right?
No.
You would just be taking
Abdul Carter is supposedly like kind of a piece of shit and nobody cares because he's an amazing football player.
Right. So, and especially at that position, you just make it work. So, like, I don't know, even if Shador lands on a team that he has even a slight chance of starting, like, he's just not relevant this year.
No.
By any means.
It would have to be right. Still comes back to Pittsburgh, like, or New Orleans. Take him in a second.
Yeah. I mean that's it.
Raiders trade 37 and 143. Dolphins move up 11 spots and give up 98 and 135. Felix says, take Burden and trade Tyreek. I don't know what you even get for Tyreek anymore. Jonah, boy, we're on a real heater of names I can't say.
Well, they definitely did need a guard. I will say that.
So, on one hand, props to getting an offensive lineman. They should have been doing this for the last 3 years, probably. Moving up to get the guy, to get a guard it's like all these picks so far, besides Jaden Higgins, are, I get it, like, this is the best player on your board or whatever. But, like, teams just have no care about positional value. Like, trading picks to move up for a guard, like, he, like, has to be awesome. And even then, it's like, I don't know. He's still a guard.
Yeah, but I understand that philosophy. But then if you start looking at the board, like, I don't even know the full board, but I know New England's on the clock. Chicago's after them. We're looking at teams that are about to start firing at that offensive line position.
For sure.
And if they really needed O-line for sure. Like that. I mean, their quarterback doesn't even know what day it is still. So, I mean, if you have to give up some capital to get that position, when you're that desperate for it, you just got to do it sometimes. And
I just don't like the process of, in a total crapshoot, which is the NFL draft, in terms of, like, it's kind of like fantasy football with, like, player takes, right? Like, moving up because you know better, right? IKB, I know ball. I know, watch the tape, bro, right? Like, I know that guy's better. It's like moving up to just take another lottery ticket like everybody else is taking lottery tickets. It's just, like, generally kind of bad process. And then doing it, if you do it and it's one of the premium, again, like the premium positions, you can say, okay, like, because the hit, if you're right about the hit at quarterback, pass rusher, offensive tackle, wide receiver, whatever, like, the hit is so valuable. But doing it to be like, we know better, this fucking guard is the next Quentin Nelson. It's like, you're probably wrong. And even if you were right, the positional value is, like, not moving the needle. I know they need offensive linemen, but I just feel like, so just, like, take multiple where you're at. Like, they need a lot of shit. The team is not, they're in rough shape, the Dolphins.
Yeah, but he might be the fastest offensive lineman of all time.
Well, yeah, I'm sure that he runs like a 4.6. They don't draft dudes who are slow. So Jonah is probably booking. Let's find out.
Running away from that last name.
He run Joe? I did enjoy I got the ESPN broadcast up. He is the they put, like, your accolades right on the bottom line or whatever when they're announcing the pick. There's 2-time honorable mention all Pac-12.
Damn.
I was like, Jesus, honorable mention. They just give out honorable mentions like there can't, everybody makes fucking honorable mention all conference. Like, you're not first team, not second team. Honorable mention in the Pac-12, which no longer exists, by the way. Like, Jesus, man.
That's real Indianapolis Colts AFC conference finalist banner vibes.
Yes, it is.
Can anyone confirm if that's still hanging? Because LOL
Yeah.
was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
4.95. Okay, so sub 540 and a 172 10-yard split. So he's not a bad athlete for sure. 4.95. That isn't that still just crazy that I like. This dude is. I don't know how much he weighs. Let's see. Oh my God, 6'5", 335 pounds, and he runs a 4.95 40. Like, and that's just like normal. These dudes are. That's seriously insane. Like he's as fast as Xavier Restrepo, and he's two. He's two of Xavier Restrepo's, and he runs the same 40.
He's Restrepo running the three-legged race.
Exactly. if Restrepo was carrying Restrepo on his back, and he is just as fast.
All right, New England, let's get this boring ass pick in. Unfortunately, they got to, man. They just got to.
It would kind of be. I mean, I know they took Campbell in the first round, but they need a whole new offensive line, basically.
Yeah, they need a bunch of the boring shit this year.
Yeah, it's like the Texans. I mean, Burden would certainly be fun, but I think with Diggs there, I think you can come back to wide receiver. You can take a cheaper wide receiver and get a higher priority offensive lineman.
Yeah, and when they take a cheaper wide receiver, we know how great the Patriots are at selecting them.
Absolutely. They're also great when they take Jalen Polk apparently at the beginning of the second round when he's the third best wide receiver on his fucking mediocre college team. That's an exaggeration. They were good, but you know what I mean? Like I just don't get it. But that's why we brought in a whole new regime again for New England. At least I'll give them props for that. They didn't a lot of teams might be unwilling to rip that Band-Aid off, and they saw an opportunity with Vrabel. And I do think Vrabel will be good for them. He's not like my favorite from like a mindset coach. He's a little boomerish, but I think he knows how to put a good football team together.
Oh, he's going to put together a great 10-7 team.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be so good.
If you love losing 31-7 to the Chiefs in the playoffs, brother, oh boy, do I got a great coach for you.
It is going to be lit up until the first round of the playoffs every year around here.
This is good. Polk was the Huskies. Honorable mention all Pac-12 too. He was the Patriots Jonah Savaiania or whatever.
That is a name.
That is a name.
That
is a lot of vowels.
There's 3 consonants in that name.
There's 13 letters and 3 consonants in that name.
That looks like a 4-year-old trying to spell saliva.
Yeah.
That's what that name looks like.
I saw a great stand-up bit the other day where the guy was saying if you
shit. I love it, but I hate it.
Didn't see that one coming. Yeah, exactly. We all 3 of us had the same reaction. Same reaction.
Oh, wow.
Well, this was my first inclination. Obviously, Ramondre is still going to play.
Yeah.
But if Vrabel, again, like Vrabel is that like everything we just talked about as a head coach, I think he wouldn't do this without like a plan of, how he wants to play. And if in this running back class, I kind of thought like, boy, wouldn't Scadaboo be just like the most peak Titans Vrabel guy? If he identified Trevion as just like, yeah, we know we need offensive linemen, but if he's there at 38, we got to take him.
The Bears are
I-
flipping out right now, by the
Dude,
way.
I'm a little tilted as a Trevion guy that we didn't get him on the Bears, but also with Ramondre there in drafts, I think we're going to get a bigger discount on Trevion with the Patriots. If he landed on the Bears, the steam on Monday, starting on Monday, would be nuts.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be.
This would work too. I mean, Caleb Johnson on the Bears would rock. You want to if you want your David Montgomery, and maybe get another like swing for your Gibbs on a different guy, or use Swift in that role for a year and find the guy later.
They're going to use Swift in that role for a year. They're going to have to.
But they're going to get a guy in this draft. Roshan ain't the guy.
No, we've learned that. I think this is good for best ball drafting for Trevion and Ramondre, because everyone's gonna shadow realm Ramondre, and he's still gonna have some value, and he's gonna just move down way past where he should probably move down.
I don't totally get this take when you say it's 65. Like, this is just how NFL backfields work.
Yeah.
Like, I never thought there was a landing spot for Trevion Henderson at 205 pounds that he was going to play every snap. Like, the only people, like Kyron Williams plays like in the low 80s percentage of snaps, and he leads all running backs in snaps. Like, Saquon Barkley doesn't play that many snaps. Yeah. So like 65%, cool, man. Like, everybody, like if like the Vrabel prefers split backfields, they all do. Go look at the like percentage of splits. Even the guys you think are workhorses, right? Like Derrick Henry plays like some games. Derrick Henry plays 45% of the snaps. Like that's just how it works.
Bijan's, I think Bijan's 65, 70.
Bijan will be 70. Yeah, because Algier plays every third series, right? Yeah. They have that rotation going, and then he'll fill in. It's just like it's just not how it works in the modern NFL. Like, if you get 65% of the snaps, you are one of the top X% of snap share running backs.
Yeah, Jacobs might have been high last year. I can't remember for sure.
This is definitely true. Oh God, Antonio Gibson. Speaking of the Gabe Davis, a few years ago, this was 3 years ago. Gabe Davis was a 4th round pick, and Antonio Gibson was a 2nd round pick, and they are both about to be selling insurance here in a few weeks.
All right, Chicago, what do you have for us, Ben Johnson?
Yeah, no, Eddie says, I don't see the rookie running backs getting a full. Bucky didn't get a full. Like, Bucky was a smash in fantasy, and he was in a committee, sometimes a 3 play. Like, Sean Tucker was playing, right? Like, they don't. It's fine. Like, every single team is going to. It isn't 1998 anymore. It isn't even 2015 anymore. The days of Le'Veon Bell and David Johnson and Christian McCaffrey and all those guys, it's just long gone. You just want a good player and work their way into a bigger role. Is that 60% or 80%? It doesn't. It's whatever. That's funny. Yeah, Ramondre just falls more into the Peppertoni says people saying Ramondre is dead. He'll still have some use. Yeah, he's gonna play. I got no problem with that. It's just like he
going to get work, and he has contingent value as well.
Yeah, he to really smash, he would need Trevion to get hurt. But that's most running backs.
But that's going to be his range. Like, so you're just fine with it. Like you're more than fine with where you're going to be drafting, and he's going to fall, and he's even better because he'll fall even more because people will overreact to the rookie coming in.
Right. Everybody always overreacts to the rookie is the shiny new toy, and the veteran is left for dead.
So you'll see him and Jerome Ford kicking around. Oh,
Burden to the Bears. So Loveland and Burden. Okay, Kmet is real dead now, right? Like Cole Kmet was dead already.
Oh yeah.
I did. This also feels like the same thing where they just said he's the best player. Fuck it. Like, we'll figure it out. He does also fit as a slot, right? They lost Keenan. You move Keenan out, you don't have a slot. he fits there. This is interesting. This is not a spot I've ever even considered.
Yeah, I don't even know
for Luther
what to
Burden.
think about this, to be honest. I'm right away. Like I'm trying to collect my thoughts on it because, like, what is the chain reaction here between these first two picks that they've made?
Yeah, because if you have Cole Kmet on the team, so we're starting from the place of we got two outside wide receivers, DJ Moore and Rome, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have Cole Kmet, you take Loveland. Okay, so now you got your little Kincaid Knox thing going on. I don't mean that it's going to work out like that, but that's generally right how you kind of think about it. Bowers, Meyer, whatever. But then to drop a second round slot receiver in there, he's competing for targets and specifically routes with Loveland and Cole Kmet. So, I mean, it's just good for in real life football to just have a shitload of weapons. Like the Bears like Caleb, let's be clear quickly, has no excuse anymore for not being good. You got Ben Johnson. They got 3 starting offensive linemen in free agency and Loveland and Burden to start the draft. Like, yeah, you need to rock. But for Burden and Loveland, and obviously Kmet, this makes things tricky because, I mean, one game, we're talking about like running back backfield, like shares and stuff like that. You could have one game where Loveland plays 70% of the snaps, and then the next game, maybe they're, something happens or whatever, and he plays like 30% of the snaps. And it could be a Burden game or it could be a Kmet game. Like, it's bizarre.
I think this just shows exactly what Ben Johnson wants to do this year. Like, he just wants
score some fucking points,
score some points, throw the ball, right? I mean, like, what else is he telling us with the way he's starting to build this team? Like, if they lose, at least they're going to lose fun is his idea, and just try to build through the offense and then get the defense in line. Almost just trying to replicate Detroit, what they did in Detroit a bit.
Yeah. Just get weapons.
Yeah.
Figure it out. He ain't drafting best ball teams. He don't care. He's trying to score points. It's good for Caleb. Get Caleb in the best, give Caleb as many weapons as you can possibly get, and a big offensive line upgrade.
Let's not get too crazy, Sags.
He ain't winning the MVP.
I don't think we're doing MVPs for
that would
Caleb
be a
Williams.
wild step up from what we saw from him as a rookie, because it was bleak. Like, it was rough. No, this is good. Nothing like throwing 40 times in the windiest city in the country.
It's felt like we've been trying to contend for that title around here lately. The wind has been ridiculous.
Caleb was in the year Burden went crazy. He's going to remember that. They did both have their, they had like slightly interesting. Caleb didn't fall off his senior year. I'm not trying to say that, but his junior year or his second to last season was much better, and Burden had the same deal where, his second to last year pick is in.
I'm curious what this is going to do for prices. I mean, Rome's going to drop now for sure.
Yeah.
Does it affect DJ Moore at all?
Might in price. People fear target competition for anybody. Doesn't matter.
And buddy, if that happens, I can tell you who my top wide receiver for the year is going to be.
I said last night I think DJ Moore is a second rounder. I don't really think that much. At least like 2-3 turn. I don't really think that changes much for me. Loveland definitely doesn't, and I don't think Burden is impacting. I think Burden and Loveland are just now competing with each other. Yeah. Right? It's like, are we going to run? Or is Loveland going to force us into playing both of our tight ends together, or is he going to force us into him taking Kmet snaps? Right? Oh my God, Shug went before Shador. They really hated Shador, huh? He's closer to my age, and then he is a rookie, and he went before Shador.
They were like, Derek Carr's 38 years old. We need to get a 37-year-old quarterback just to get a little little younger at the position.
Suge was in like Suge was like in high school at the same time as Derek Carr, and they don't care. I can't. Okay, that's crazy. I mean, I don't like Shador, but Jesus Christ.
We're not even 10 picks in the second round already.
This is
way
nuts.
more fun than the first round.
This is nuts.
It's even distracting me from the fact that the Celtics aren't even winning right now.
That's funny. The Jets are up in 2 picks, and the Jets fan is freaking out that Shador is still on the board.
And Chicago's definitely not taking him. I mean, unless there's a trade here, but
I should have paid attention though. I'm not saying I would have predicted Burden, but I didn't, kind of notice that the Bears had another pick there. I do wonder. I wish we could get like the inside baseball of this. Like, like would they have taken Trevion? Or was it always Burden or what? Like, I would love to hear the behind the scenes. We get a little bit of that leaks out every once in a while, but it would be really cool to hear that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if the Henderson pick just completely derailed the Bears right there.
Yeah.
Like if their plan was Burden as their second pick here.
Right. If they didn't think, if they could have double tapped Trevion and Burden.
Yeah. Oh, they traded it
to the Bills.
They need a quarterback.
Shador. He can sit behind Josh Allen for 10 years.
Yeah. They could have let Tyler Shug do that as well.
My God.
53.
Yeah, I think him and Allen are the same age.
Wild.
Seriously. I think, what is Shug? 25? Yeah, 25. Turns 26 in September. Like, I think you just have it's Shador is not young, to be clear. He's 23. But like God. Like taking Brandon Weeden, taking the modern version of Brandon Weeden. It's just like so bad. In the second round. In the second round.
I was thinking of who's the guy that went to Carolina way back in the day? Florida State, right? He played for Florida State.
Winky. Chris Winky.
Yeah.
29 or whatever it was. Won the Heisman, and the dude was like almost 30.
Dude was on Medicare.
Are you legally allowed to give the Heisman Trophy to a 30-year-old? like, isn't that a little ridiculous? That's good. The Shador Argonauts jersey is gonna go so hard. Yeah, Trey Amos, Eddie Perez says, Versaire said, Bill's quoted to be all in on this cornerback class. Trey Amos at Ole Miss, I know. I do know him. Very good football player. He would make a lot of sense. Yeah, Brandon Weeden went 27 overall.
Imagine if they had a corner last year.
Seriously.
I've never seen, I have seen it, but it was so, I don't remember a playoff game being that glaring that you have no corners. You just don't have a player to play.
Well, and dude, shout out to what's the guy that died on the field. But he they went from like the best safety tandem, DeMar Hamlin. They went from like the best safety tandem, the best linebackers. They're just like bringing in Von Miller and these guys as situational pass rushers because they got like 8 good defensive linemen. It's like they went from this they weren't the best defense in the league, but it was a darn good defense to like they can't stop anybody, and it hasn't gotten better like heading into this year. So I understand why they should be all in on the cornerback class. That the defense is in rough shape. Like Matt Milano's back at linebacker, and he was banged up last year, but he's not. He's old and getting worse. Right, Von Miller's gone. Like the safeties are gone. That's why you got to take advantage of that. Right, that's why you can't do the 10-second touchdown thing or whatever. The Kelsey play a couple of years ago. That's why you can't lose last year. That's what you got to take advantage of those opportunities because eventually your 30-year-old veterans Pro Bowlers are not around anymore.
Yep. Yep, those windows close quickly unless you are the Tom Brady New England Patriots.
Look at the Niners, man. Yeah, Brady's like the only dude to do that. The Niners every year. There was that point in time that I'm sure you remember. The Niners thought they were playing chess, and they weren't even playing fucking checkers. When they thought their team was so good that they were taking every dude who had a blown out knee every single year. You remember that? It was like, we don't need him this year. Second round pick, guy has one leg. Fuck it. We'll strap a new leg on him and it'll be fine. They took Marcus Lattimore.
That's who I was gonna bring up.
They took Marcus Lattimore and everybody was like, this is so smart. He can sit out this year. I'm like, brother, he can't walk. Like he we're not talking about playing football. Like his knee, it's over. Like he may not be walking. And everybody thought they were so smart.
Yeah, he was like the epitome of, you felt so bad for that kid, and then you just couldn't draft him though.
Gnarliest football injury I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, that was crazy.
Yeah, not great. Celtics are losing. Also not great.
No, it is not. If we're at D tackle, at least they went defense. I think the defense is smart, but I don't know anything about TJ Sanders. Sorry, TJ, but no notes. But speaking of the Celtics, so Tatum didn't play last game. He was originally doubtful today. Then Drew is questionable to play. And then Jaylen Brown is questionable to play. Porzingis, like somebody took a sledgehammer to his head last game, got stitched. Yeah. I'm like, Derek White is going to play 43 minutes and whatever. So this morning, I'm like, at least one of those guys is going to sit, right? They're up to I'm like, somebody's sitting. So I feel comfortable betting Derek White. Luckily, I was busy and didn't really sit down and hammer the bets like I wanted to with Derek White. Mm-hmm. And a half hour before the game starts or whatever, we get the note and everybody's playing. Tatum's playing, Brown's playing, everybody's playing. And I'm like, whoops, that Derek got it in so bad. Got it. It was like drafting a dude in the 5th round, and by September he's going in the 15th or whatever. Just got my money in so bad.
I threw a small one in, but I did it late, so I got some Tatum stuff. Just one of those fun sweat same game parlays.
And the great thing about the Celtics is they can still Derek White scored 30 points in game 1 with both Tatum and Brown in. So it's not like it's over. It's just the line is way too high for everybody being. I mean, I need him to score 18 points. It's not great.
Tatum's already got 13.
He rocks.
I love
shout out St. Louis.
Only 20 years old still.
Exactly. Notably, he's still 20. Can't drink. Also has I don't know how old Deuce is now, but
he's the inverse.
Deuce
Tyler
keeps getting older, and Jason Tatum keeps staying the same age. It's the inverse Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah, that's a good question by Jason. What do we think Shug's total ownership in on the
oh my gosh
stuff? That's,
I mean, he's tied with Dart for the second best bet to play amongst the rookie. Obviously, Cam Ward's going to play, but Dart, Shug, and wherever Shador goes, Shug is just as good of a bet to play this year, and nobody drafted him at all. It's got to be 1%. Yeah. Is it any higher than 1? No more than 5.
Can't be more than 5.
Hey, if it's 1%, Jason, you are overweight.
Yeah, 2% on a undrafted guy is huge.
I'm in for this, by the way. Just any comedic value with Shador and the Jets is
only if we can get a Justin Fields reaction cam as well.
Dude, if Shador is available when the Cowboys are on the clock, the money I would pay to be a fly on the wall when Jerry Jones is telling everybody, if you don't draft Shador, you're all fucking fired. Can you imagine?
Well, he's gonna be, right? Because the Jets can't really draft him here.
None of these teams here can
And the
draft him, but
49ers can't draft them,
no.
obviously.
Although I forget who it was that I was listening to the other day actually said San Francisco, if Shador falls like he is to the second round, San Francisco is possible, like a very low probability, but a possible dark horse Shador team because they don't really want to pay Brock Purdy everything that Brock Purdy wants. They want to keep Brock Purdy, but they don't necessarily want to pay Brock Purdy like the full elite QB, boat. But that's what Brock Purdy wants because that's what you do, right? When it's your turn when you're the next man up, you ask for everything.
Yeah.
Because that's just how it works. This is probably one of only 2 big contracts Brock Purdy's ever going to get. So of course, ask for $50 million a year, right? Ask for $55 million a year. But the Niners don't want to give him that. So he was saying, like, what if? And so I guess he had some rumblings too that like they could take Shador as a fail-safe if the negotiations don't work with Purdy, and B, also it could be leverage on Purdy to be like, we'll give you 45 a year.
Oh, so just Kirk Cousins, Washington situation.
Yes, correct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, San Francisco deserves to be a poverty franchise, so I hope they do it.
I'm with you.
Never used to hate San Francisco, but I've started to dislike the franchise.
Other fun clip from that same podcast. So Robert Saleh, former Jets coach, right, is back with he's the defensive coordinator again.
Yeah.
For the 49ers. He's supposedly like an awesome dude. Yeah. Is what they're saying. However, he had another child this offseason, this winter or whatever after the season. His 8th kid.
Nice.
Robert Saleh has 8, and then I guess they're all pretty young or something they were talking about. And so it felt like they really wanted to. It was on the Simmons pod. It felt like they really wanted to. It's like when you can't say something like an inappropriate joke or something like that. Like they really wanted to say it, but they just kept laughing and they kept saying, "Saleh, what a good guy, what a good guy." And they just 8 kids. It was like they really wanted to say something. Mason Taylor, interesting to the Jets. So no Shador. Robert Saleh is the Antonio Cromartie of head coaches. Speaking of the Jets,
Antonio Cromartie of Phillip Rivers of head coaches.
The Antonio Cromartie Hard Knocks clip. Like I'm pretty sure Hard Knocks, the Jets Hard Knocks, like set them like this show was never going to fail, but it was definitely never going to fail after the Rex Ryan Antonio Cromartie season when the dude couldn't even remember all of his kids' names when he was asked on the spot.
No, let's go get a goddamn snack is an iconic line.
Yes, it is. Not a Rex Ryan fan, but he was legendary. Legendary in that season.
His brother's even funnier, I think.
Oh yeah,
Rob Ryan.
His brother is nuts. His brother looks like what's a good comp of that? But the Santa Claus movies.
Yeah,
and they get to like the third one or whatever, and they're so bad, right? Original Santa Claus, great flick, but they made a bunch of them because the first one was good and the rest of them were terrible. Yeah, and I think it was the third one where they have like there's like regular Tim Allen and then like the bad version of Tim Allen. That's it. Rex Ryan is like regular Tim Allen and his brother Rob is like the bad version of Santa Claus in that movie. To be like, the hair is nuts. He's just an even crazier version of this already crazy guy. He's wild. Yeah, I think
good spot for Taylor.
I think it's fine.
I mean, we knew they were taking a tight end, right? Like that was
eventually at some point. Alfred Collins to the 49ers. Probably smart. They need defense.
Yeah.
But we got our wish. Jerry is having a fucking conniption. Right
yeah,
now.
No spoilers in chat for this one for sure, please. You guys have been great, but please do not spoil.
If they take Shador, do not. If you type it in there, you're fucking insta banned. Because like none of these guys are like it's somebody could move up.
The Rams kid, right?
technically.
I mean, if you're looking,
But I think the Rams they're in to win right now. I think you bring Stafford back. You won a playoff game last year. You get Devontae. I think they're like trying to go win a Super Bowl, like one more run.
They should be going defense.
Yeah,
for sure. But
or if they really love a wide receiver or something like that, sure. But like, I think they should draft or offensive line, right? But I don't think they should take a long-term quarterback. But it's not impossible. Pick is in.
Do it.
Please, God.
Do it.
Dude, I'll die.
Do it.
I'll absolutely die.
I mean, I think it's going to be Caleb Johnson, but do it.
I'm game for Caleb.
Or
wide receiver. Yeah. This is true. It was very quick. Snap called. Do you think there's like in the NBA draft, their teams give promises to players, be like, we pick 23rd if you're around, it's like they got to do the backdoor handshake with the agent type stuff. Do you think Jerry told Dion, like, don't worry, if Shador falls, we got you. We're gonna turn that. We'll turn this media cycle back around, because right now he's the laughing stock of the draft.
Oh, there are so many good memes about Shador today.
So good.
It's funny because I like Dion. I don't like Dion as a head coach. I love Dion as an analyst on NFL Network, because he was just one of the few guys that was like, didn't care about calling people out. But
he's kind of like the NFL version of Barkley.
Yeah, he was. That's a great comp. He was kind of like that. I loved when he beefed with the Seattle wide receivers. Come on, Dallas.
Please.
We want it too much.
We want it too much. There's no chance.
There's no
I
chance.
don't even think the Cowboys are that stupid.
I mean,
they're definitely that stupid, but I don't think they'll be that stupid in this pick.
No. Even funnier if they don't take him here and then they trade up.
If they were if they were good last year, I think we might be having a different story. We might be, if they went to the playoffs or, certainly won a playoff game, they could be like, look, we're very good. We can take this swing. But I think when you were as bad as the Cowboys were last year, Jerry wants to win. Like, dude, he ain't going to be around that much longer. He may not see Shador play with Dak still around. Like, I think he wants to win.
Yeah. I don't know how much longer his heart's going to take that sex bus he has parked outside the stadium.
Come on.
Just do it. Just give it to us. Give us Shador. I might run outside and do a victory lap if they take Shador from lapping.
I think it's funny enough that Shador has fallen this far. And if it's the Cowboys, I mean, I don't know where, like I said, I don't know who takes him if they don't.
There's been those weird, not for Shador specifically, but there was the weird Arizona rumblings that they might take a quarterback in this draft.
I don't think they're necessarily committed to Kyler forever, nor should they be.
Right. I don't know if I take a quarterback this year.
No.
Like
Arizona needs to try to go win the division.
Yeah. Like there's a lull there that you could take over the division this year.
Colts take Sanders, and they technically have. If your three quarterbacks are Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, and Shador Sanders, do you really even have a quarterback? Well, Tyler Warren's still going to start at quarterback if you have those three.
Rick, I live in Mass. I don't know.
Oh, he's walking up to the.
Yeah, so I live in Mass, so I'm able to. I worked a lot in Connecticut, so maybe that's where the confusion got. But I live in Mass. Bridgewater. I dox myself on stream every time.
Wow. Yeah, I was just about to say it actually got announced on my screen before it came up on here. Donovan, another name I can't pronounce. I much prefer the Alfred Collins. It's easy.
It's a name we can say.
Yeah, not Donovan Ezeruaku.
Shout out to Alfred Collins' parents for making that easy for us.
Yes, 100%. Colts. I just can't get excited about anything the Colts do, quite frankly. Like, I like Tyler Warren. It's fine. But I'm just like, whatever. If it's a running, I mean, I don't think they're going to take a running back. I just would have to imagine that they draft defense. After you take Warren, I think you did your receiver lot, right? You got Pittman, Downs, Mitchell, and Pierce. Now you got Warren. You already have JT.
Yeah.
You got two shitty quarterbacks. I mean, I guess technically offensive line makes sense too, but
yeah, but it's got to be defense for them.
You would think.
The Dallas Cowboys had such a chance to do the funniest thing ever, though.
God, I can't believe they blew it.
All right, while we're waiting, Rams probably realistically aren't Shador. I don't think Arizona is. Raiders, obviously.
Raiders could be. Seattle could be. But like, dude, that's what I'm saying. If Vegas and Seattle don't take him, it has to be a trade up. Or like, who in the second round is drafting? Look at this.
Yeah,
it's all the best quarterbacks. And even if it's not the best quarterback, it's like, well, they took Cam Ward, right? They have Love, they're not doing it. They have Herbert, they're not doing it. The Panthers aren't doing it.
What's
Stroud,
the
Lamar,
Baker?
Goff.
What's the Baker contract? Because I wonder if you just draft and stash Shador at this point, like in Tampa, I'm reaching by saying that for sure. But to your point, like when Tampa is your best choice,
Baker's just still only 30, he's on a really good deal
and he's playing really well.
That's what I'm saying. For how good he is,
yeah.
His cap hit's $24 million this year.
Yeah, I don't think you want to.
Now it's a lot more next year, but like, I don't know. My guess is if Baker plays well again, they extend him. They just extend him and
just give him
reduce the cap hit next year, because Evans is going to come off the books, in the next few. I'm not saying even in the next two, but he's 30. Evans is 32. He's not going to play forever. And other guys will too, right? The Levante Davids of the world are getting old. What's his name? Their big old monster defensive tackles getting old. The Rams definitely can stash Shador. I just don't think, and it's certainly possible that Colts take an edge. Good, smart. And dude, can we get a name that Eric can say without sounding like a moron one time? JT Tuimolua. The Rams definitely could stash him. I think it's got to be. If you're the Steelers, aren't you just sitting here like playing straight chicken with the NFL? Like, go ahead, fucking take like one of you teams that don't need him, take him, or let him fall to us. Like, there's no like, I don't know.
Feels like a good time to trade Pickens, though.
For real.
That's what it feels like.
13 picks into the second round, and this is 10x as crazy as the first round.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so far Ridley looks fine, although they're about to be up. They got this 20th pick here. It feels like when Malik Willis fell, Will Levis fell. Remember Sam Howell? There was like I know not late, but there was like Sam Howell 101, early rumblings when he was coming out, and he fell to the fucking fifth round. I don't think Shador is going to fall to the fifth, but these things aren't unprecedented. If the NFL doesn't like you, the NFL doesn't like you, man. Like Malik Willis, same thing. Malik Willis had 101 buzz. Will Levis had 101 buzz like late in the draft cycle and fell. Like if the NFL ain't in there, because there's just only so many. Right, we're trying to dream up which team's going to stash him. Those aren't even teams that need a quarterback. There's what, 2 teams left that need a quarterback? Steelers and Saints. And well, no, Saints took Shug. So it's just Steelers, right? Everybody else has their 2025 starting quarterback on the roster, right? And the Giant or the Giants have Russ / Dart.
The Giants taking Shador would be the funniest thing ever now.
No, dude, they have Russ, Jameis, Dart, and Shador. Also the most peculiar quarterback room you could ever get in your entire life. Russell Wilson at Dart is Mormon. Dart is Mormon. Russell Wilson is the most straight-laced dude you've ever met in your entire life. Jameis fucking Winston and Shador Sanders would be hilarious. Browns,
And
You're right. Browns. Yeah, Browns are in the mix. You're right.
And I think technically DeVito's still kicking around on the roster at the moment.
Yeah, he's a cult hero in New York with the Giants.
I mean, we know he won't be there come start of the year, but
I don't think Pickett is going to start. No, but it's possible.
I mean, it's looking more likely.
Also, Aaron Rodgers is still out there, by the way.
Yeah, I'm still
I don't
big
wanna do that
conspiracy
thing.
that he's going to Minnesota, but
I also still believe that Kirk Cousins is a decent bet to start for somebody. That's the other thing. If you're the Steelers and you don't love Shador, like Rodgers is out there. Nobody wants or needs Aaron Rodgers. You are the only Aaron Rodgers team, like literally. Like you said, I think Minnesota is like not, but like Minnesota doesn't need Aaron Rodgers.
right.
It would be like a last minute, let's do it, right? Like fuck it, let's swing for it. It's just the Steelers. Cousins is a possibility, right? If I'm not saying you want to do that, and I'm not saying Cousins is good anymore. I'm just saying the Steelers are not in this place of like we got to figure out a way. Like we have to have Shador. There's other alternatives, and frankly, Rodgers and Cousins are probably better for them to win than Shador is, at least this year. Probably not long term, of course, because they're old and stinky.
This made me laugh. Why in the dark says as a Giants fan, it won't surprise me if DeVito somehow starts the game this year.
Starts the season as QB4. Starts the season as QB4. I am intrigued because I don't think offense is like skill player is off the table for the Rams at all. They were mocked tight ends sometimes in the first.
Mhm.
I read some day 2 mocks today, which are whatever, but there was a lot of offense mocked to the Rams, basically saying like their defense is pretty good. I mean, I know it was Sam Darnold, but what the Rams did to the Vikings in the playoff game on defense was nuts. Like hitting on Jared Verse last year was
Huge.
He's so big.
He's so good.
He's amazing.
He's so good.
Like, and I mean, they hit on multiple defenders. So like they could keep loading up there, or they could just say, let's, get a tight end or get another, give us another weapon in the passing game. Because they still don't really have a wide receiver 3. Like Tutu's not a full-time wide receiver 3, nor is Jordan Whittington. So
You've just
like
ruined
a Jalen Noel.
That.
Jalen Noel, I think would be fine. See, tight end. Ferguson. Oh, so what do we do with him come Monday? Is he going to take Tyler Higbee and Colby Parkinson's job? I mean, this is real fucking draft capital.
Yeah.
14th overall in the second round.
Well, I mean, I think it shows that Parkinson's just not part of the equation at all.
Rough contract that one was. He stinks.
Yeah.
I like Ferguson a little bit. Ferguson is
on that offense, yes,
yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. You just got to be able to walk and chew gum as a tight end on that offense, and you'll probably score some fantasy points. Like, we're joking about Ferguson, but like Ferguson, Davis Allen, like Hunter Long, like these guys, when they get out there, they catch passes because that's just how McVay run. That's what McVay does. And you just get the checkdowns, right? It's like, we ran the play for Puka, and you just hang out in the flat, catch the check down. We run play action. It works. I think I'm going to be into Ferguson. I'm not like a mega Terrence Ferguson bull as a prospect, but like in terms of like Mason Taylor and Elijah Arroyo and those guys, I obviously like Fannin better, but he's I don't think he would have fit that well on the Rams. I think Ferguson can be, if he's going to be cheap for us, which he probably will be, because they'll be, it'll be is it still just Tyler Higbee is the guy there? Ferguson can play he can block. He's really athletic. I think he's a sneaky good late round tight end.
I mean, more upside than a lot of the other late round tight ends this year.
Yeah.
He might even get steamed. He probably will now. Gets like not steamed up high, but he'll be in that weird range.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Arizona didn't do anything dumb. They grabbed a corner.
Oh, Will Johnson. Nice.
Yeah.
So this one should be fun. They could do wide receiver.
I don't think they take Shador. Just because I'm very like take locked on what I think the Raiders are doing the next 3 years. So I don't think taking Shador here fits that narrative at all.
Can we just give Jason his props? I'm a fan of that. 2 in a row, baby.
Say some names.
I can actually comment on that guy because I can say his name. Yeah, exactly. And this is just, they don't throw to the running back a lot because it's a lot of play action, right? Then Kyron blocks or whatever. Yeah. They keep he doesn't grade out amazingly, but they trust him in pass protection like crazy. So yeah, the checkdowns don't necessarily go to Kyron, they go to Higbee or whatever. Yeah, Peppertoni says, like, since Higbee had that big year or that big like second half, I don't know, 4 years ago, 5, I don't remember. Sometime in the last 5 years, Higbee like went nuts down the stretch, and he hasn't been as good since then. Then he got hurt, and they haven't been able to really find a reliable, like any reliable tight end production. And I do think, right, that's why we saw like Loveland get mocked to them in the first sometimes or whatever. I do think that they've been chasing that, so maybe they really like.
Oh,
and clearly they like Ferguson.
Raiders traded
to Houston. Okay, gotta be offensive line.
Gotta be offensive line,
please. Also, notably, just another feather in the cap of the NFL hates Shador because Vegas could have had him sit behind Geno, but traded out. Yeah, gotta be O-line. Because didn't they take Higgins? They took Higgins.
I already forgot that they took Higgins.
Me too. Me too.
That's how wild this round has already been. Just so much happened in those first 10.
The wide receiver 4 overall in the class is just forgotten because of all this chaos. What a fun second round, man. Gosh.
I feel like I probably have. Not that I drafted like I normally do, but of the teams I drafted, I got some decent exposure to Stroud, and I was taking a decent little clip of Higgins, so I probably got some Higgins. Probably get some Higgins stacks. Probably get some Nico Higgins, Stroud doubles. Probably even some triples with Christian Kirk.
Christian Kirk, baby.
Yeah, I can't imagine this being anything. I mean, it is D'Amico Ryan. He might.
Yeah, you never know. But this would be
some
gross negligence to move up and not get an offensive line. So you're sacrificing your picks and not getting an offensive lineman.
Take some outside linebacker.
They have one of the best defenses in the league, and they drafted a wide receiver, and they got Christian Kirk. Like, they have one the most glaring need in the entire NFL on the offensive line, and they traded up. It just has to.
Celtics absolutely righted the ship, by the way.
Yes, they did, sir. Hey, brother, Derek White, 10 points, 23 seconds left in the first half.
Tatum at 21.
We're live. Tatum's gnarly.
I think I took him to have 3 threes, and he's already got them.
Just the wrist. I guess the wrist is fine.
I need Derek White to get 5 assists. So
he's got 2.
Yeah. See how bad they blow him out in this third quarter. Hopefully they keep it close.
Orlando hits a big 3 to hang in there.
Still one of my favorite things is
the. Y'all know you're taking a fucking offensive lineman. Jesus.
I still love the Chris Paul hits a big 3 tweets. It's always
yeah, that one's so good.
It will be 80 still sharing that one.
Yes. Dude, it's like and Jalen hit a 3. Derek White assist.
Sick.
It's like there's one also like a legendary tweet of like people will literally say like anything on the internet, like in an argument, and like to try to sound smart. Like and it's like motherfuckers will say like, can't believe there was people who said Steph Curry couldn't shoot. And it's like, motherfucker, nobody on the planet Earth has ever said Steph Curry couldn't shoot. But it's like that's 2025 arguing with someone on the internet. They're like, well, you said this. And it's like, no, that's not, I did not. No, you said Steph Curry couldn't shoot. Like, no, nobody said Steph Curry couldn't shoot, dude. He's the greatest shooter in the history of the sport. That's funny. Yeah, straw. I mean, most people are made of straw nowadays, is what I've learned.
Yeah. When the Bengals are up here, they have to go defense.
Yeah, Jesus. I should have said the most glaring need in the NFL is there's 2. The Houston Texans offensive line and the Cincinnati Bengals, any person who plays defense.
Anyone. An entire...
the whole positional value bullshit I was ranting about earlier? There ain't a thing for the Bengals. I don't care if it's a linebacker. I don't care if it's a nose tackle. I don't... Just players that play defense. Dude.
Yeah, someone that actually can do something.
We know you can score. Like, we got it. Okay, we saw it last year. You need to not give up 50 to every good team that you play.
I mean, I love it personally, but
it's a cheat code for fantasy. It's great for us, but although Chase Brown not getting that touch, the amount of hey, there we go. Offensive lineman. We lost our run of pronounceable names with
Ariante
Ursary.
I think we nailed it.
I do think we nailed it. What a sweet name, by the way. Ariante. I dig it. Speaking of names, while the Bengals are about to be on the clock, a few years back, the Cowboys Cowboys were on opening night, Thursday Night Football, and my buddy came over because we were going to the I think it was the DK baseball live final that weekend or something like that. Anyway, we were leaving the next morning, and so he was just going to stay at the house so we could all ride to the airport together. So we had a couple cocktails, and my wife did not know this, who CeeDee Lamb was.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I'm like, his real name isn't CeeDee, it's Sidarian, but they call him CeeDee. And she was just like floored by like she's like, how is everyone just saying CeeDee like that's like a normal thing to like call? And I'm like, it's not CD, it's CEEDEE. And she's like, that's so ridiculous. And like I said, we have a couple cocktails, and I start joking with her. I'm like, that's what I want to name our first child, CeeDee. And she thinks it's absolutely ridiculous. And I said, I'm gonna put out a tweet that if this gets X amount of likes, we get to name our first kid CeeDee. And she's like, sure, whatever, go for it. And you know how Twitter is. I think she goes, do 1,000 likes or whatever.
you were like, I got this.
I was like, you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. I put it out. It got 1,000 likes in like 12 minutes or something like that, because like everybody just retweeted it, and we've never I discussed it since, but I'm pretty sure that means CD has to be our firstborn's name.
At minimum, your next pet has to be CD.
For sure. For sure.
It's funny because I had this conversation, not this exact conversation, but the girl that I'm seeing is a theater girl, so she knows nothing about sports. And she'll try to say some sports things. She goes, I saw something about like some guy named CJB Lamb, like his name's Lamb. I was just like, don't worry about it. I'm not going over all this with you.
Right.
Like, but he's great.
Speaking of the draft, CD also brought us an absolutely Demetrius Knight Jr. to the Bengals defense linebacker. Of course, they picked the least valuable defensive position, but look, you got to crawl before you can walk. CD also brought us one of the great NFL draft night moments. You remember what he did when he was at his house?
Oh,
sitting next to his girlfriend.
Is that the phone thing?
The phone thing? The phone. I was like, I know he's going to be good because that dude is a dick. That dude is premium Denny Carter wide receiver tweet. Like that is CeeDee Lamb. Like there's no chance that guy's not an arrogant piece of shit. Like no chance.
Yep, I remember that. That was great.
Took the phone right out of her hand. Yeah, Seattle pick was in quick. Seattle, frankly, also should be offensive line.
Oh my God,
Sam Darnold behind their We're joking about the Texans. At least CJ Stroud can probably deal with it a little bit.
They should trade up and get 5 consecutive picks and just rapid fire.
They should have traded their next 7 firsts to get a whole new offensive line.
Just get all of them, lock them all up. Maybe get an extra 2.
I'm curious. 6. Like it's such a funky plan that the Seahawks have. That they're like the hardest team to think about, for fantasy, for best ball, because it's like on one hand there's some talent there. Obviously JSN is good. It's certainly possible Cup remembers how to play football. I like Ken Walker. I like Zach Charbonnet, right? There's talent here, and Darnold showed last year, albeit in Minnesota, that he can make some throws. But then and you're like, it's great to invest in some of these cheap, right? If everybody kind of thinks it's not a great offense, a lot of the times it can be good to invest. And that has happened with Seattle in the past with Geno. But then you're like, but I can't overlook the fact that it's Sam Darnold, not in Minnesota, behind a bottom 5 offensive line with his best 2 wide receivers are both slot receivers. One of them is probably not good anymore. And it's like they're the greatest house of cards offense is what I would say in the NFL, like more than the Jets, more than the Giants. Like I could see this going catastrophically bad.
Yeah, I do not love them. I don't think I will completely avoid them because I think we're going to get value on the offense as a whole throughout draft season. Although JSN, that price on JSN feels real, and I'm not even I didn't like JSN his rookie year just based on a lot of things. I'm not technically a JSN hater, but buddy, that he was I was having trouble clicking him ever.
And I like him. I've been drafted him. You know that. Yeah. I am a JSN guy. But we also have to separate, I know he's good from this price and the environment that he's in, right? It's just because he's a good player and he was a hit last year doesn't mean he's a good pick now. We were talking about DJ Moore before, Jackson Smith and Jigba in this House of Cards offense goes significantly ahead of DJ Moore.
Yeah.
Is he even a
crazy.
better football player than DJ Moore?
No.
And look at the offense that the Bears have assembled now. Like, sure, JSN projects for a higher target share. Congrats. Like, congrats on still probably fewer targets because your team's not running any plays because they can't sustain any drop. Like, target share is great if you can sustain drives and score touchdowns. But if you can't do that, like, give me 8 DJ Moore targets in that offense over 10 JSN targets in that offense.
Yeah, just give me 8 DJ Moore targets as a player in general. Like put them in the same offense.
Right, on the same team, yeah.
And just give me DJ Moore stuff because that dude just house call stuff that he shouldn't.
He's insane. He's like this crazy combination between Debo with the ball in his hand, like peak, not current Debo, peak, like peak Debo with the, oh, there is the tight end. Somebody called that. Wood Band. Shout out to you. Good call. Seattle needs they do need a tight end. I'm just glad they didn't take Fannin because I don't know how much Seattle I'm going to draft this year, and Fannin's my boy. I didn't want to get sucked into taking Harold Fannin on that team, but DJ Moore is just like a annually undervalued real life,
which is
player.
Wild to me. Like every year, I'm always like thrown by, especially with the way drafts have gone over the past 3 years, that DJ Moore just feels like he should be the epitome. He should almost be overvalued every year, just with the way things have gone. Where you're like, I like DJ Moore, but I don't know if I want to click him at 112,
right?
Or 202 or something.
We did Drake London, at the 1-2 turn, but we do DJ 3rd, 4th, 5th round DJ Moore every year.
Yeah,
it's nuts.
It's insane.
And I like
Drake London.
We're not even trying to speak negative about it. It's like we took Marvin Harrison, a rookie, and Drake London, who had never proven that he's a star in the NFL, at the 1-2 turn. And DJ Moore was mid 3rd round last year in the most expensive wide receiver season we've ever had. Like in the history of fantasy football, wide receivers were more expensive last year than we've ever had. And DJ Moore was just the same fucking price we give DJ Moore every single goddamn season. Yeah. It's crazy.
That's why I'm always like significantly overweight on him.
It's crazy.
I'll take it every year. You want to give it to me every year, I'm going to take it every year.
The cheat code of fantasy football, really. Like people want to get into all this, and we talk endlessly about all these strategies and all that. The real cheat code is when someone gives you a discount on a confirmed, locked in, really good football player, just fucking take it.
Yeah.
Just deal with the rest, right? When Marvin Harrison's going at the 1-2 turn and Malik Neighbors is an early 3rd rounder and they're the same player, give or take, Nick Scorton. Is that what this is? Yeah. Nick Scorton, edge. Speaking of another team that needs defense, by the way, the Panthers. Yeah. I'm kind of hoping that they don't. I was kind of hoping that they would just go all in offense around Bryce, but probably smart. When DJ Moore, there was a couple years ago, when Fields was the Bears quarterback, it was nothing but FUD around DJ Moore because it's like they're not going to throw. Justin Fields scrambles, right? Take sacks, blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, I don't know, man. 5th round DJ Moore seems fucking stupid.
and all correct, by the way, but it doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying. All of those were both valid concerns before the season and turned out to be true. And it didn't matter because DJ Moore is a star. It's just like, if you get a discount on a star, just draft them, man. Like it's going to work itself out more often than not. That's like the number one thing to me is right. It's like right now, Rashee Rice is a really goddamn good football player on the Chiefs, and he's in the mid 40s. Like, whatever, give him to me. Like I don't care about suspension. I don't care about Worthy. I just give it to me. It's just gonna work out more often than it's not.
It goes back to our discussion in the lab on Wednesday night, right? Where we were talking about just like how we're supposed to be shooting for 1% outcomes in these tournaments, and those are points where you can just create like immense leverage when you're getting stuff like that. So,
and it's hard. That's not the market's gotten real. We've gotten smart at this game, right? We know more positional value. We know who the good offenses project to be. We know who the good players are. More accurate. No, it's not perfect, but more accurately than we ever have. And so when you get one of those, you just gotta pounce. And like, even if it doesn't work, like it just so many times is just like such a big hit. Like, look back to year one Bucks with Baker, right? We get big Evans and Godwin and whatever discounts, and it's like I had the same concerns about Baker and that offense, right? Because they went from Brady to, we think about Baker now and how good he is. Like, they went from Tom Brady, a Super Bowl, and winning a Super Bowl, to like one of the bigger busts at the number 1 overall pick.
Journeyman,
like
Baker on his 4th team
had been, yeah, exactly. And the sentiment was, nah, I can't draft these Bucks guys. Now we view them as one of the best offenses, right? Seattle with Geno. It was like, oh my God, Geno Smith, seriously?
Yeah.
Like, and guess what? 14th round Tyler Lockett was a pretty good pick. You know what I mean? Like, just buy the dip on the good football players.
Also funny that Tyler Lockett signed with Tennessee.
Really funny.
And how they're just doing that every year. I mean, shout out to Tyler Lockett.
Yes, Titans pick is going to turn Erik into a war criminal. I can't say that one. Oladejo is what the last name is.
Oluwafemi.
Oluwafemi?
Oluwafemi. Oladejo.
Sheesh. Yeah, let's get back to some names I can say, and let's get back to I think has some fun.
Yeah, we knew this was coming at this point in the second round, though.
Just waiting for Caleb, though.
Yeah, we are waiting for Caleb. Green Bay?
It's possible. Depends on how much they like. Is Marshawn Lloyd actually a part of their plans, or is Marshawn Lloyd their Kendre Miller?
Yeah. Is he going to come down with, I don't know, like cholera or something? What did he have last year? Something that nobody has anymore?
Yes. I almost said something I would have regretted. But Bears also coming up. Like, Bucks definitely not taking a running back. I don't think the Packers are certainly not a lock to take a running back. And the Chargers are not going to take a running back after Najee and Hampton. The Bears could get Caleb here. That would be so fun.
They could.
That would be so fun.
Look at that pick route. It went from Minnesota to Houston to Buffalo.
Buffalo. That looks like an NBA second round pick.
That looks like the worst flight plan of all time.
It's not a completely ridiculous flight plan, although the Houston diversion there in the middle is pretty. That's Spirit. That was a Spirit Airlines.
Oh my God, it's such a Spirit Airlines flight.
Minnesota to Houston to Buffalo to Chicago.
Like, buddy, I could have drove faster.
You were going from Minnesota to, you could have walked faster from Minnesota to Chicago, but you took a 14-hour Spirit Airlines flight because it was $89. Oh, man. Yes.
It's another conversation I was having last night because we're trying to fly. We just booked flights from Boston and we have to go to Iowa and Kansas. And buddy, trying to get to Iowa, they do not want you in Iowa. They do not.
Hell no. They don't let outsiders in Iowa, brother. It's like the dollar store Utah. We don't let outsiders there.
We have to get we're flying.
They specifically keep every town small because they don't want people traveling. You have no reason to go to Iowa.
We're going to Iowa and Kansas, and we have to fly into Missouri and fly out of Nebraska.
Sounds about right.
I'm just like, what is this?
We had a couple of the schools. The conference I played in college was called the Midwest Conference, and so naturally, it's Illinois and Iowa and all that kind of. And so yeah, we had a couple of Iowa schools, and yeah, I mean, you drive through that. It is exactly, if you've never been to Iowa, what you think Iowa is. is 100% what Iowa is. There's no big cities. There's fucking nothing. Like it really is wild.
We're trying to book. So Rick's asking what I'm doing in the chat. We're going to the Sally House in Atchison, Kansas. We're going to the Villisca Axe Murder House in Iowa, and a haunted asylum in Iowa as well. And we're just trying to find like hotels around there. And buddy, they do not exist. They just.
Yep.
I think we might even stay in Omaha, like for the Iowa portions, because it's just there's nothing.
Omaha's fun.
Yeah,
for a Midwest, Nebraska town or city, whatever.
We might have to stay there because we were looking for stuff in
College World Series, baseball World Series.
I just told you, Rick, I'm staying in the Axe Murder House to begin with, so
this is good. Iowa could have been an email. Yes. That's my favorite thing. I love that. I know we've talked about this before. People probably don't care, but there's the what's the like subway podcast or whatever, where the guys just like go on the New York subway and like record podcasts on the subway, and they did the 50 states thing of like they did a thought experiment of, okay, we got to go from 50 to 40 US states, right? And they did that. They made those jokes like Iowa could have been an email. 2 Dakotas. Why the fuck are there 2 Dakotas? Like, we probably don't even need one. Let's condense them down to one. And it was like Connecticut, turn it into a highway, like all that kind of stuff. It's an excellent bit that they do on all the states, and the Iowa could have been an email reminding me of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for the stuff we're doing,
Kansas is fine. Kansas is also, I live in Southern Illinois next to St. Louis. I'm aware of the boringness of our Midwest, but Kansas is fine. I actually really want to go to a game at a college basketball game at Fog Allen Fieldhouse, Kansas. I mean, Kansas at least has that. They have one of the best, maybe the best college basketball like environment that exists. The QBs from the Dakotas, though. Carson Wentz, Trey Lance. Another North Dakota State first-round pick this year, by the way. Offensive lineman.
I mean, what else do you do in Dakota?
It beats me.
Go to Deadwood and then just play football, I guess.
Yeah. Yep.
I do want to go to Deadwood. I do want to go to Deadwood.
Me too. They do have an awesome football program, though. North Dakota State. They're smart. They should stay at FCS because they'll just, they can just dominate, right? Every single year. Mm-hmm. And it's no sweat off their back. But they could they're a Division I team. They could compete in the, they could go play in the Sun Belt and beat the shit. In the MAC. Have you ever watched the Tuesday night MAC games in November and December? Like, it's a crime against football what some of the teams are doing. North Dakota State would beat the shit out of Bowling Green. You know what I mean? Like, well, maybe not this year because Fannin was on the team, but West, they're playing all the directional Michigan schools. Like, tell me North Dakota State doesn't beat Eastern fucking Michigan. Like, stop it. That's crazy. I didn't know this. They might have another NFL quarterback. Like, they're nuts. North Dakota State is an insane program. That's crazy. I also didn't know this. Jason says they play 9-man football in the Dakotas in high school.
Well, I didn't know that, but considering there's 57 people between the two states, it makes sense.
57 people and a whole lot of acreage.
You're allowed to still play high school football when you're 43 years old in the Dakotas, just because they need the bodies on the fields. So
the Dakotas should team up with Utah for their high school football because there's probably a whole lot of old dudes in those. Same as college. Go check out BYU's college basketball program, and it's like a bunch of 25-year-olds. It's like a Key and Peele skit. This is definitely true, though. Action, it really is. We don't do much in the Midwest, but we bring you Tuesday night shitty college football that you can gamble on. If you're ready to watch Western Michigan against Eastern Michigan and both quarterbacks complete 30% of their passes, like we got you covered on Tuesdays in late November.
Jason Tatum just got hit with a palming turnover. What?
My favorite palming. Did you ever watch the? I think it was 30 for 30 about the refs. Yeah, all the refs, the Tim Donaghy and all the ref scandal and stuff like that, where they came into the game and they said they were going to call Allen Iverson. No one ever, right? You remember AI with this crazy crossover. He was definitely carrying, right, palming the ball. But they came into one game where that he was fixing and just said, we're just going to start calling AI for palming tonight. And they called it on him like 3 times in the first quarter or something. And he's just like, it's like game 50. He's never been called for it all season and just randomly shows up. Like, be more obvious. And no one even knew that they were fixing the games. And it's like, be more obvious. Seriously.
Right.
Like you've reffed him before. Everybody's reffed him before. And you're calling that foul or that turnover. Just crazy.
I'll never forget the Iverson commercial where he does the crossover, but then he does the spin move where while he's spinning, he goes behind the back. I don't think I ever practiced a basketball move as much as that move. Trey Harris to the Chargers.
Let's fucking go. Oh my God. Sorry. My dogs just lost their minds because they thought it was World War III. Brother, doesn't get better. Can't get better. Best spot, maybe the best spot you could land in for this day 2 wide receiver stuff.
Yeah,
unbelievable. Gets the second round draft capital, goes ahead of Noel and all those other guys. Justin Herbert, and it's only Ladd. What target competition is there? He fits next to Ladd. He fits with Herbert's bazooka arm on the outside. Smash.
And he was falling, right?
Dude, he was in
free fall. Free falling. Not anymore.
No. Dude, he was available at pick 160 on DraftKings. Holy shit.
So there's your target for the drafts Monday when they open.
Monday, we found the first one that's like the moment you get into the lobby, star Trey Harris.
Yep.
Holy shit.
He is the reason to draft right now.
Unreal, dude. Free falling because you broke all the nerds models. Dude, he had over a 5 yards per route run. And I was like reading and listening to other people. I'm not trying to besmirch them because I think the process of what they were going through was good. But people were like, he was so insane that like something has to be wrong here, right? Like there's like, I have to figure out a way that there's a flaw in this. It was like, he basically had the most efficient. Now he did get hurt. That's his issue has been injuries, but like he was so insane that people are just like, this can't be right. Like we got to find the flaw in all of this. And so I think people were looking for reasons why Trey Harris was like the production wasn't real. I think that's what people were like seeking out, right? And the NFL didn't seem like that crazy about him. But brother, maybe the best landing spot in the league is clearly crazy about him.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be clearly a great spot for Trey Harris, but I also think this now puts QJ as he might not even get drafted now. And
yeah.
And
he's
I
still
think
the wide receiver 3. He's
still going to be fine to pick because he's Alec Pierce at this point, right? Like he's that's the guy you want in the 18th, 19th, 20th round. Like, you don't care if he scores 0. You care when he scores 20.
Mm-hmm.
So I might actually end up having a lot of QJ too, just because of where he's going to be going.
It's him and Mike Williams are the wide receiver 3 options because the Jalen Reagor is on the Chargers, which is hilarious.
I was watching the draft clip earlier of the Vikings laughing when the Eagles took Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson.
This is good. PSX, just to quickly double back to the Mac conversation, because we got a while for me to keep being inappropriately excited about Trey Harris on the Chargers, but he's from literally the home of the Eastern Michigan Eagles, and he says, and let me tell you something, North Dakota State would win by 50. Which tells you everything you need to know about the NCAA system. Like I said, I came from D3 football, and Wisconsin, Whitewater, and Mount Union are Division I teams, and every other D3 team is like has to go, and it's like this is literally unfair. Like they're not playing the same sport as us. If I remember correctly, Wisconsin only has Division I and Division III. So like in Illinois, there's NAIA and there's all these other levels, and Wisconsin has just those. So like it's like you either go to the University of Wisconsin or you go to Wisconsin Whitewater, right? It's like in Illinois, there's just like in Mass, like there's a million different schools that these kids can go to, and in Wisconsin, it's like, oh, the third best player in the state went to the D3 school. Like it's like that doesn't make any sense. But they go to the NFL, they send kids to the NFL every year. Yeah, I can't say. I specifically ignored saying that town name because I can't say it.
Yeah, I have so many different ways that I think it could be pronounced.
The Mad Bowler says he's hoping that Caleb Johnson will fall to KC. I'm talking because the Bears are on the clock, and I'm hoping he goes to the Bears right here. But KC would obviously be fun.
He's got Chicago's got to take him back, right? Or do they not have to because they're building everything else out?
They're definitely built, but the defense is already good, and they already did they signed 3 offensive line starters in free agency, so they don't really need the offensive line anymore. I mean, you can always build depth, but I kind of think it would make the most sense. Ben Johnson, just get your back now. Like he's got all his other toys. Like Jesus, man. TJ Moore, Rome, Burden, Loveland, Komet. Now go get your back, because he's clearly not a Swift guy. He was the offensive coordinator when they ran Swift out of town and drafted Gibbs. So I think Caleb makes so much sense. Unless he likes somebody else, Scattaboo or somebody else. But to me, Caleb is in a tier above those guys. I like Caleb more than I think Caleb's closer to Hampton than he is to the Scattaboos of the world. Caleb to the Bears would be great fit Patriots. I agree. QJ, the new Josh Palmer. Yeah. QJ went from first round pick wide receiver to chaperone in 2 years. This is interesting. Rick says, we haven't gotten quite as many running backs maybe so far in the second round as it felt like we were going to get a real feeding frenzy, especially when we got Judkins and Trevion. Yeah. But those are the only 2, right? Yeah. Judkins and Trevion are the only 2 running backs we got. No Caleb, no Ozzie, so offensive lineman, another name I can't say. Trapillo. Boston College. Woof.
Boston College, worst color scheme in sports.
Atrocious.
Just so bad.
I mean, anything maroon is bad.
Yes, maroon is the worst color.
Maroon is the worst color that exists.
Yeah.
And then you put that like gold with it, it's awful.
Yeah. I hate it.
The Commanders did a decent enough job trying to recover from the fact that they have to stick with maroon. Like they tried a little bit. Boston College just looks like it's bad.
Yeah, and you're at college. Colleges just change their colors all the time.
Yeah,
Just,
no one cares. No one cares.
just change it. It's not a tradition that anyone cares about.
Obviously, being from St. Louis, and I'm a big St. Louis University fan, they just randomly started adding, like, today that's a gray jersey. The next day it's a black jersey. It's like the colors are blue and white for the school.
Yeah.
And like, it's like they just got all the, it's like everybody's Oregon now. Everybody's got all these different color permutations, right?
Yeah.
Except earlier I said I'm a UNC fan. Like UNC's got gray and black, and it's like they're baby blue, white, and navy. Why are they wearing black fucking jerseys randomly? This game. It's like, because no one cares. Like, if it looks cool, no one cares. Boston College is like, nope, we don't do that. We don't do that. As if they have some deep, like they're Notre Dame or something.
Yeah.
We can't change it. We can't change the Notre Dame and Penn State. We can't change the jerseys.
Speaking of Boston, the Celtics have scored 6 minutes in the third quarter, and there's 4.5 minutes remaining.
They have 6 points
in the entire quarter. Yeah.
Oof.
4.5 minutes remaining in the quarter.
Nice.
Absolutely disgusting.
On that note, I might need them to lose. I'll be totally honest with you.
Oh, I need them to lose for
The playoff best being all in Thunder, Celtics, and Cavs, quite frankly, in playoff best ball, watching them just. And the Thunder won game 1 by 50. Their starters played like 20 minutes.
12 seconds.
I'm like, so like, not only did I only get 4 games in the first round, I got like 2.5 games.
Right.
And like Tatum didn't play last game. So like your Celtics and Thunder are useless. If they play in the finals, like I might be in good shape, but I need to advance a team. Like I need the extra game of Jaylen Brown or whatever.
Yeah.
And of course he stinks today. 5 turns.
Playoff Jaylen Brown can be very frustrating to watch.
He can be the finals MVP, or he can shoot
or
3 for 15 and turn it over 7 times.
Traded like immediately.
Because he can't dribble with his left
fucking hand.
He
can't dribble left-handed at all. You want a max contract?
He's like if Anthony Richardson were good but still couldn't throw a check down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's Jaylen Brown as an NBA player. You're like, dude, you are a second team all NBA like level talent, and you can't dribble with your left hand. Explain that to me. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
He's the Bills. It was the Bills, right? That every time they did the tush push, it was always to the left. Like,
oh yes,
we know which side you're going to.
He's Josh Allen tush push. Jaylen Brown is Josh Allen. It's like it's still like effective most of the time, but it's like everybody knows what's happening and they know you can only go one way.
Yeah.
Allen would do the tush, like that's why when people talk about the tush push, it's so bad because like it's a Jalen Hurts thing.
Yeah,
like it's the QB sneak has always been effective. But the tush push specifically is effective because Jalen Hurts quite literally has some of the strongest legs in the entire NFL. He squats like 1,000,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Like he's a tank. Josh, like, and if you ever, when people talk about like watch the games, bro, watch the tape. Give me first. I want to hear your tush push take because I will know quickly if you watch the games. Because if you watch Josh Allen do he is the worst QB sneaker you've ever seen in your entire life, and he's the best running quarterback in the league. He's huge. He's an incredible runner, but he cannot do the tush. But he, like you said, he goes to the left every time. Sometimes he spins and turns his back. He turns his back to the defense. I'm just like, how can you? There's no way you practice this. There's no way you practice. You would never do that.
It's like when you hike the ball on Madden and you like hit the button twice or something to make your guy do something that he's not supposed to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you hike it and you just dive.
Yes. You thought you audibled and you thought you picked the run play and you picked the pass play or whatever, right? Or vice versa. You thought you picked and you accidentally hit square and you're like, oh fuck, I just dove right straight to the ground. This is good. Jaylen Brown's left-handed is Ben Simmons shooting. That's true. It's non-existent. Rabona, I hope I'm saying that right. We're adding to the list of names I can't pronounce. As of course the Lions took a guard, Tate Ratledge. We can say that one. Lions beefing up the offense even more. But missed the Henderson rant. Did you guys like the fit? Yeah, I like the spot for Henderson. I'm just generally bullish on the Patriots. The offensive line is a concern, and that's certainly a concern for a running back. But I'm a big Trevion Bull, and Ramondre is definitely they're gonna share the backfield. But I no matter who drafted Trevion Henderson, that's what it was gonna be. He was never gonna go somewhere, and they're like, you're getting 85% of the work. It doesn't happen in the NFL, but it also was never gonna happen for him. He's kind of a smaller, more explosive back. I actually think having the Ramondre, I don't know what you think about this, having the Ramondre where it's like, I know what Ramondre is. He can't do what Trevion can do. It kind of like makes me feel more confident in Trevion, because I'm like, they clearly have this vision for him. They want to use him in what he can do best. They got this other dude who can do the bullshit between the tackles, early down stuff or whatever. Let's use Henderson as best as possible, as we do get another wide receiver, Jack Besh, to the Raiders.
Second round capital for Besh.
Pretty good. Besh over Noel and everybody is interesting. But he's he can play on the outside.
Yeah,
he's another guy. We talked about Trey Harris. I'm obviously I'm a lot higher on Trey Harris, but dude, pick 58, Jack Besh. The Raiders basically don't have an outside wide receiver, and they got Geno now. He's another guy. Like Monday, I'm going to be ready to draft him.
Yeah, and exactly playing out the way the Raiders should be building this team for what I think they want to do, which is be fine. Like they just want to be fine. So they get Besh to play on the outside. They get their running back. They have their quarterback with Geno.
I think it's a good pick.
Jacoby to run
like
the slot, yeah.
Given we've all accepted they want to be the most 9-8 team you've ever seen in your fucking life.
They want
Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, Jack Besh. What a fucking trio to go 9-8.
Like maybe we could sneak in.
Jack Besh is if there's eliminator ass picks, and what did we say earlier? Like Seahawks ass picks or whatever it was. Like Jack Besh is the 9-8 ass pick. Like the most 9-8 pick ever. He came into college as a tight end dude, and he was good, especially this last year. He rocked at TCU. I'm a little concerned about the fact that it took a long time for him to become a thing, but we can make the case that like literally he was playing tight end at LSU and now he's playing wide receiver at TCU. But he was their best player on TCU. Like some people like Savion Williams, and that's fine. But like Besh was the best player on TCU. He made the offense hum. He was really good this year. So I like it.
Jack Besh is we really just want to sneak in and lose to the Buffalo Bills in the first round pick.
We're going to go to Buffalo and it's going to be miserable. And Geno's going to throw 4 picks. But brother, we went 9-8 and we made the playoffs. Because the Steelers have given up that 9-8 last team in the playoffs crown because they don't have a goddamn quarterback.
Right.
We're in the 3rd round of the NFL draft. It's about to be May. The Steelers don't have a quarterback.
They're dreaming of being the Steelers. That is exactly who they want to be. That is what they want to do.
Top 10 might be a little rich, but I haven't run down the list. I mean, I like the players.
Closer to top 10 than bottom 10.
Yes, correct. Yeah, definitely a good run blocker, as you would expect from someone who was a tight end when he came into college football. I do like him, though. He is good. Yeah. Jack Besh is the rare Senior Bowl standout where, it actually ended up mattering. Most of the time, these guys is everybody, we're so bored in whenever the Senior Bowl is March. It's like Elijah Arroyo. Is he going to be the tight end 2 in this class? Like, fucking stop it. Like, Elijah Arroyo, like, he looked fine at the Senior Bowl. Cool. But Besh had a good senior season and then crushed the Senior Bowl and second round draft capital. That if you would have said before the start of last college football season that Jack Besh was the 58th overall pick in the 2025 NFL draft, Jack Besh would have called you fucking insane. Jack Besh's dad would have said, "You're a moron. My son is not going 58th overall in the NFL draft. He's never done anything in college football, but he had a really good year."
What are we doing, Rabana?
Come on.
We're not picking. We're not tipping picks here.
Okay.
Well, I came in late.
But my emotions are really thrown off here because Rabona, you're gonna go in timeout. But also RJ Harvey to the Broncos, unreal. Wheels up.
I had a lot of RJ Harvey.
Wheels up. Holy shit. That's Trey Harris level, like, smash. Second, RJ Harvey in the second round to the Broncos. No Javonte Williams. Where do you think? It hasn't happened yet. They're on the clock. Let's assume Rabona is correct. Where would you take RJ Harvey on Monday? Where should he be valued? Not necessarily where would you take him?
Where should he be valued?
Where should RJ Harvey go?
Oh. He's not top. I saw someone say top 6. He's not top 6.
That's rich.
Oh, top 6 round. Oh, I don't think he's
sixth
round. Oh, okay. I thought he said
to be clear, me and McLaughlin are on the team. But
5th, right? He's probably 5th. Or is he he probably should be a late 6, but he probably gets bumped to a 5th is probably what happens.
Yeah. He's definitely going to, I mean,
that's probably what happens, right?
Yeah.
He ends up getting overvalued. But like it's probably a pick that we don't care that he's overvalued. Where you just pay the price.
On a certain percentage of teams, I think you just have to
pay the price.
He's a second round pick. Like this isn't us doing the Kamani Vidal, right? Where we're just like, well, we know Gus Edwards stinks or whatever. No, this is a second round pick, the RB5 in the class over Caleb Johnson. Like that's a big deal.
Yeah, over Caleb Johnson too. What's going on there?
Crazy. Somebody's going to get a Caleb Johnson steal, and then we're going to spend the next 4 months debating about like, well, the NFL didn't love Caleb Johnson. We're going to do that whole thing when he falls to the 3rd.
Mm.
And it's like, do you remember where Bucky got picked? Yeah. Not the second round.
On all my best ball teams.
Around Demont. So like 60s. I think Demont's, like early to mid 60s, 65. So called in the 60s. I think that's fair. So that's the 6th round.
Yeah, I think that's where he should go. Probably.
That's funny. We'll see if it's true. If the Broncos would make a goddamn pick, we could actually find out if it was true.
Also, a lie is worse than tipping the actual pick.
Way worse. If you tip it and it was wrong, just fucking right to jail. Right to jail.
You're just banned until the 2029 draft.
Yeah, exactly.
Think about what you did.
You are the Milwaukee Bucks and the Phoenix Suns. You no longer have any picks until the 2031. God, I know Hack is in the chat. I know he is an RJ Harvey. He's an RJ Harvey bro. I know that for sure. So he's over there like, if this is wrong, I'm gonna lose it because he's about ready to, he's about ready to celebrate. Ravens are up there giving their long speech about their 59th overall pick.
And they took an edge.
Oh, Mike Green. He is a faller. People seem to like him.
Oh, yeah, because they were talking about him
First round.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Crying like a baby. A lot of red Solo cups around his draft party.
Oh, yeah.
I think they've been easing the pain of the fall. I wonder what Shador's look like.
What's he drinking?
They stopped the red Solo cups. They're just fucking straight pounding whiskey at or whatever Shador drinks or Dion drinks. I've honestly forgotten about Shador. It's pick 60 and Shador is still available. He like totally forgot about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an indictment on what the league thinks of Shador at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Giants traded up into the back of the first round to take Jackson Dart, and no one cared enough to not only take Shador with their own second round pick to be like, okay, enough is enough, right? Like, usually somebody just says enough is enough. Yeah. Like we're like what, because you can probably move up for super cheap, right, to the 60th pick, like whatever, give them a 4th next year or something, and go get your quarterback of the future. It's like no one cares. No one cares, and the Steelers are just sitting back here, like Dr. Evil or whatever, like
Shador, the first player that somebody purposely trades down to get.
Yeah, exactly. The Steelers are going to ask for picks for them to move up to get somebody calls like, would you like to move up to this pick? Like, sure, we'll move up if you give me your 4th.
Yeah. Otherwise, we ain't interested.
Yep. Broncos selection. Yep.
They did do
it.
They did take Harvey.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. This is perfect restroom break time for me because I kind of can't believe the RJ Harvey thing is real. I'll be honest with you. I can't believe it.
My question is, are they done with running back? Because it's a clear need, obviously, to take a second rounder, but I wouldn't even be shocked if they grab somebody else too. Yeah, I think Harvey was one of my more so drafted running backs. Although I loved all the rookies, so we were just pressing buttons on rookies. But I did take a decent amount of Harvey. Harvey, I think he's going to be in drafts. He's going to be hard. Like, so now we know that on Monday, when you're drafting, you're starring Trey Harris, you're starring RJ Harvey, and just try to take them in every draft. Because they are going to move, and you're going to be part of the reason they move up because you're doing that.
Yeah.
But
so
they're going to.
When do you finally click the button? Because that's the difficult part is we all are going to go in, right? So you get in that first BBM on Monday, whenever it drops. You star Trey Harris, you star RJ Harvey, you star Jack Besh, and maybe you like some of these other guys, right? But other people, right? If me and you were in the same draft, we literally both entered the draft to do the same thing,
right?
To get Trey Harris at a price that he won't be at later in the summer, that he won't be at in a week, right? So, but like you have to eventually click the button because someone's going to click it, and it's not going to be what his ADP shows in the app. Wow, Commanders get Amos. Their defensive improvements are sick. They got Saren still last year, and now Amos, another corner. Might not be seeing quite as many Washington shootouts.
So you just take Trey Harris in the 6th, you take Harvey in the 7th. And I think that's what you do because I think you're still getting value.
You can wait on
them.
Besh. You can wait on Besh a little longer, but those two, Harris and Harvey, are going to be like that. That's what everybody's going to go the two guys. Higgins, Jaden Higgins too, but it's just.
But people are going to try to push him too much. So I think I think if you're drafting before May 14th or whenever the schedule comes out, this is the reason you're drafting. You just don't play chicken. You just take them where you think they're going to land going forward. So you just take Trey Harris in the 6th. You take RJ Harvey in the 7th. You get, because you're gonna whatever you want for the normal 6th and 7th rounders, you're gonna make up for in volume going into September. So you can withstand that. Like if you drafted 20 teams or 30 teams or even 40 teams amongst the 2 or 3 sites that you're going to draft on before May 15th, and you have 100%, which you won't, but if you had 100% Harvey and Trey Harris, you're fine. Right? Like you're just fine because you're just because if you're drafting at that volume, you're drafting 300, 400, 500 teams. So it's such a small percentage of what you're doing. If you're taking 100% of a guy at that point, like it's fine.
Chat is in fuego right now. We were discussing when to take those 3 guys, and Jason says round 1 Trey Harris, round 2 RJ Harvey, and round 3 Jack Besh. And then Matt with a banger. Oh, wise Rabona. Where do you foresee DJ Giddens going? Insta click, like insta smash reply, Cowboys. So there you go. Rabona, the Gray Sports Almanac of the YouTube chat for sure. You would take Harris first and then Harvey?
Yeah, I think Harris is going to be. I think people are going to want Harris more.
It's
I
don't know.
No, it might be Harvey.
This might be the RB1 for the Broncos. Like Trey Harris is not the wide receiver 1.
Right. Yeah, no, it's probably Harvey.
I think you take Harvey 6, Trey Harris 7, and then you hope that or you can wait. I'm not saying that it has
maybe
to be
7,
exactly
8.
Those perfect.
Yeah.
7, 8, 8, 9, whatever. But you I just did. I just think second round, RJ Harvey is a fun player. Even if people didn't love him, he's really fun. And those guys on a fun offense, right? Broncos were really bullish. Second year, Bo Nix. We just needed a running back to get dropped in here. The offensive line is awesome. Like everything about this for RJ Harvey is amazing.
Josh got 85% Harvey and 200 drafts.
Oh my God. Yeah, the pants should be off. You also should not be at your computer. You should be running laps around your neighborhood or whatever. 85%. Unreal.
Should be ordering your RJ Harvey jersey right now.
Seriously. That's incredible.
And it's an offense we trust to use the running back to his full potential too.
I don't remember. I can look it up.
Like Sean Payton can absolutely utilize RJ Harvey to the full extent.
Don't look at me when I stand up next time. Kidding. Yeah, I want to say Javonte was like 6th round, so I think that makes sense. Somewhere, just like I said, what I feel reasonably confident in saying is somewhere from the 5th to the 7th round. If you told me it was 4th, I wouldn't think it's totally crazy, but I do think 8th would be crazy. Like 5th to 7th seems reasonable to me. I'm not saying that's where he should go. I'm just saying that's where I kind of would expect him to go. Just depends on how much the market likes him. We like him. So.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing too, is I wouldn't be shocked if they take a second running back in this draft as well.
Yeah, it's not impossible. It's Sean Payton.
Yeah.
He clearly doesn't like Audric Estime. I think I feel confident in Estime is not the guy.
It feels like they're ready to just clear that room as much as they can.
I think he likes McLaughlin in like a like the whatever, get 7 touches a game because you're like kind of explosive or whatever. But like he's not like a real part of right. RJ Harvey is the Mark Ingram or whatever, Chris Ivory or whatever. Like he's that now. Right. They may not have their Kamara or Sproles, Shamar Turner to the Bears, so still no running back to the Chicago Bears, and still no Caleb Johnson. But the Chiefs are on the clock. The pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs. Caleb Johnson, notably, still on the board. Harold Fannin also notably still on the board. But I know no one cares about that except me. But I actually think he would be an awesome fit on the Chiefs. They know how to use a tight end that can't block. They've been doing it for a decade with Travis Kelce.
But best tight end of all time, right?
Yeah, exactly. The fucking wide receiver. Remember when the Texans, when Tank Dell got hurt the first time, and the Texans had Tank blocking at the goal line, like on the edge. That's how I feel every time I watch Travis Kelce block in the run game. Like, just put Noah Gray in, man. This dude's not serious. He's unserious. He's an unserious run blocker.
Just put Sky Moore there. It's probably better.
Who cares? Who cares? No joke. By the end, Juju's out there because he's a better run blocker than Travis Kelce.
Right.
That's it. I'm not even exaggerating. Also because Juju was about 250 pounds, it looked like. By the end,
big.
He was huge. He was huge. Pick is in.
Chiefs are gonna. I don't know. I don't think they take a running back here.
Oh, Dante Hall. I like this. At least we got a good celebrity picker.
I would like for the Celtics to stop sucking.
Yeah, probably correct.
Probably that seems right for them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the Eagles need.
Fucking nothing.
You so
that
good.
Roster? It's
so
unbelievable. Good. Unbelievable. And they hit on every pick always. And then even this year they got gifted another falling stud in the first round. It's bananas.
I couldn't believe that people still, like, as we were entering the playoffs last year, they were like, just feels like bad vibes in Philly. I'm like, that was the year before. This is just too good of a roster. It's why it's not bad vibes. They're just boring because they're too good. They didn't have to.
I'm an Eagles hater. I've been an Eagles hater. Hand up. I have been, and even this year, I was like, I ain't fading the Eagles. I'm not fading the Eagles. I like the Lions better. I will hold that. I'll hold that L proudly. But we didn't fade the Eagles. I made a bunch of finals in playoff best ball. I had like 3 teams in the top whatever on drafters, and it was because I did not fade Saquon. I did not fade the Eagles because they're amazing. That roster's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, just too good.
I still don't really think Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. I'll be told, like, good is relative. Like, I guess maybe he's good, but like,
he's good.
Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, right? Is he on the level of those guys? I don't think so.
No.
But it just truly doesn't matter. Like, he just has to not lose them the game. Jalen Hurts.
They would not have beaten the Eagles, Jason. The Lions are fun but fake.
They did. Yeah, I am interested to see, Hutchinson back and some of the defenders back, see what the Lions can look like. I'm with you. The stream's getting shut down if the Eagles take Harold Fannin.
While we're waiting, can you scroll up to the last Lions pick?
Yeah.
I want to look at his picture one more time because I'm pretty sure that's Dan Campbell.
Dan
Campbell drafting himself and wearing this guy's. Dan Campbell was like, I'm going to put on a mullet and draft myself.
Tate Ratledge. Oh my God. Yeah, full mullet.
Of all the haircuts in the world that I thought would never come back,
I can't believe it.
The mullet is the top of that
Back
list.
in my day, white trash wasn't cool. When did white trash become cool? I don't get it.
You know what's going to be next? I don't know. God, you might be like, I think I might have been just the right age for this. The rat tail.
I caught the end of the rat tail. Yeah,
So
I've seen some of them. It's
don't,
not.
are they?
I swear to God, I have seen non-zero. I'm not saying it's back. I'm saying I've seen non-zero, and we went 20 years of zero, and I've seen non-zero in the last couple of years. So people are taking some liberties on the hair stuff that it's really,
Yeah.
it feels like a sign of like mental instability in the country, honestly. The mullets are cool. Rat tails are like somewhat coming back, probably quite big. We were talking about Iowa and shit earlier. Like, I'm sure that there's a lot of shit in those states that were not approved, that we wouldn't approve of.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Pick,
but that's not like that's coming back there. They just finally started doing it for the first time.
Right.
Like they're already 20 years behind.
This was not on my bingo card. For anybody that knows Hacker, anybody that's around the Spike Week community, I would not have guessed. That's hilarious. Tyrone Tracy, biggest winner, I think, is maybe a bit aggressive. Biggest, a winner for sure. Biggest is no, Terrence, no. Scroll back about, what would you say, 30 minutes, 20 minutes? We did Trevion when he got drafted, but then we also did it again just a little bit because somebody else asked. I should have wrote down timestamps, but this video ain't getting timestamps now.
Well, you're getting lucky because Celtics are going to blow this game. We're both technically getting lucky. Oh, yeah, they're down 11. 7 minutes left.
I turned it off my phone.
I can't believe
shit, they are down
11. They're having like the worst second half ever.
God, Derek White, 2 games in a row can't make a 3.
Yep.
2 for 8.
Absolute tragedy.
We are on to my computer just auto went up. Yep, safety. I think this dude's another one of the like fallers, if I remember correctly.
That's was what like the Eagles do.
Yeah, they just take the guy that like I bet they go to like the mock draft database, right? And like whoever is still the highest in the mock draft database and is still available on their board. I'm exaggerating, but it feels like that's what they do. Like they always take what everyone in our community thinks is the best player available. Like every pick is always just like Jalen Carter fell. Ho hum. We just took the best player. You know, like they do it what's the white corner that they took last year? It was the same shit.
Yeah.
They just do that with every single pick. I think Makuba is that. I think he's good. Updog says round 3 tonight too. Yep, round 2 and round 3. Round 3 should be not 2.5 hours.
Yeah, they go down to 5 minutes per pick on that or something like that.
Yeah, whatever. It's definitely quicker. All right, let's move over to round 3. Giants, pick is in. Let's see if Tyrone Tracy is the biggest winner. I should know it's not a running back because Rabona already knows who every team is picking. But the Chiefs are up next.
Be Shador.
Chiefs are up next. No, don't do that. Actually, I'm back in on the most chaotic quarterback room in the history of football. The Mormon, Jameis, Shador, and Rush is just
and DeVito. Don't forget DeVito.
Dude, Dion should want that. Like he could sell a reality show to fucking anybody with that quarterback room, dude.
I would cry laugh if they do it.
I want Milrow to go before Shador. So bad.
Oh hell yeah.
Shador QB5 when people were like, are the Giants gonna take him 3rd overall? And he's the QB5 in like the 4th round. Would be so funny. Oh god. F you troll me says I had the Rick Vaughn when I was 8. That's great. Is this true? Or like if this is made up, it's excellent work. If this is true, this is really funny. Quinshon Judkins was taking a dump when the Browns called him. His mom had to answer the call bullish.
Appropriate team name for that too.
So,
It just works on so many levels.
oh gosh, that's so funny. Yeah, we're gonna need OT if Derek White's gonna go over here, I think.
Yeah, I
Although
needed the Celtics by 5 too.
He went nuts in the final few minutes last game, but Tatum wasn't playing.
They cut it to 6 quickly.
He is gonna play 40 again. So I'm just like, you're just gonna give me Derek White playing 41 minutes every single game and shooting 15 3-pointers.
Yeah.
Like he shoots so many threes.
Yeah, I was taking quite a lot of Derek White. And I think I did like
Me
10
too.
drafts. And
He's one of my highest owned players.
Yeah.
Come on, Giants.
I never do enough of the NBA playoff drafts.
It's so fun.
I love them.
It's my favorite. It's so fun. The strategy is like, dude, like seriously, like NFL playoff basketball rocks. And now think about if there were series in every round of the NFL where like
it adds.
You can't even wrap your mind. Right. It's like I think the Celtics are going to make the finals. How the hell do I get Celtics teams to the championship of playoff basketball when they're not going to play very many games? Darius Alexander, defensive tackle to the Giants. Jesus. And they definitely must just be best player available team.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
The D line is their
strength.
They have one good offensive player and they have one defensive strength. It's the D line, and their D line rocks, especially with Carter. It was good before they drafted Abdul Carter, and now they drafted 2 defensive linemen. So,
I mean, I guess at least he doesn't play edge because they already have
the Eagles,
15 of those.
Obviously, the Giants are not the Eagles, but this is like part of how the Eagles and the 49ers became so good.
Yeah.
Just take the best players at the premium positions, which is defensive line, right? If you can just always bring in waves of pass rushers, like that's good. Like having your third defensive tackle be a really good football player is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Like look at the Eagles. They just rotated their dudes, and it's like it didn't matter who was on the field. They were always fresh and they were always getting pressure.
Hacker says that Neighbors has 1,000 targets incoming, and I would counter and say they might try to play him on defensive line as well, since that's what they're. Just can't stop.
Well, he might have to play corner at this point.
Jesus, he might have to.
They're worried about Travis Hunter going both ways. Malik Neighbors about to have to go both ways because the Giants only draft fucking defensive linemen, apparently.
I just got my Derek White assist.
There it is.
Now I just need the Celtics to win by 5.
Ashton Gallot to the Chiefs. Edge from Louisville. Browns back on the clock. They're a wild card for fantasy purposes.
It is so funny how Kansas City is building the 03 Patriots.
Everybody wants Kansas City to do a bunch of fun things for our fantasy purposes, and they do all the single most boring things for fantasy ever. Ride Kareem Hunt in the backfield. I know they drafted Worthy, but still.
Yeah, I mean, dude.
Juju and Justin Watson are playing fucking every snap. Like, they don't care about us.
They are literally, they're following the Patriots blueprint. You have a quarterback that hides everything offensively, that gets you through. He's just too good, too smart. You can win with him through having the most mid roster on that side of the ball. You insulate him with a good to great defense, and you just win championships.
Yep.
It's frustrating. It's overly frustrating.
Yep.
Unless you're like a super fan of the team. Even when you're a super fan of the team, it gets frustrating. Because there were years that Brady was throwing to Rashay Caldwell. And you're like, buddy.
What's your fucking problem with Rashay Caldwell?
Well,
I'm kidding. The Patriots did the thing that I think the Chiefs struggled to do at first, which was when they got rid of Tyreek. Still, like, there's still a bar you need to clear in terms of offensive talent, and they weren't really clearing that bar. But I mean, Rasheed and Worthy is like, so like, why do they care about offensive skill players now? They got Mahomes and they have Rasheed and Worthy. They don't give a fuck who the other wide receivers are. And obviously Kelsey's back, but still.
And just get adequate running backs and run them into the ground. And
they already have Pacheco and they signed Eli Mitchell. Like, it's fine.
Right. And just churn through those running backs every 2 to 3 years.
Yep. I mean, it's genius.
Yeah.
It really it stinks for us. I would love for the Chiefs to go out and score 45 every week, but they're trying to win Super Bowls every year, and I think they're doing the right thing to win Super Bowls.
Yeah, like if Najee was a free agent next year, he probably would have went to the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, like that's what they're doing.
Get ready to learn Rachaad White on the Chiefs, brother. When Rachaad White's going to be gone, he'll be the get ready for Rachaad White signs a 1-year, $2.5 million contract with the Kansas City Chiefs next March.
Well, first they'll sign a $30 million deal. We'll get that fake report like the P. Ryan or whatever.
Could be, but Strange is there. Brenton Strange.
Yeah, I think they like Strange.
I don't know who the fan in spot is. Jets took one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who the Bengals. Fuck it. Fuck the defense. Let's go score some more points. Get another tight end who's probably not a good blocker. Gesicki. You want to talk about can't block. I'm making fun of Travis Kelce. Mike Gesicki is in. They don't even invite him to the tight end day or whatever that George Kittle runs because they're like, brother, you don't participate in most of the parts of playing tight end. You're a slot receiver. You're Wan'Dale Robinson, but 6'4" and white. Like he's not even he's listed as a tight end for our purposes. Can't remember the last time I saw Mike Gesicki block a human.
My favorite Gesicki story in the offseason was when Joe Burrow was just listing off all the guys he wanted to play, and he said Gesicki, and Gesicki's like, I was sitting on the couch like the guy in that video, and I just like pointed at myself like me.
He did the Leo. He did the Leo. He had a beer in his hand and he was on his recliner. He pointed at the TV. Oh shit! Njoku and Fannin. So, okay, 3rd round draft capital. Good. Top of the 3rd. Good. Do you think they just play him as a wide receiver? Because Njoku rocks. Can he just be like the slot, He's their Travis Kelce. He's their Aaron Hernandez. I would call it the Aaron Hernandez. And Njoku's Gronk. Because they don't have good wide receivers. Right?
No.
They just decided. Look, I'm a fan and stan. Okay, so I'm painting the rosy picture. There's also very clearly a negative picture of this, but let's just do the rosy picture first. Like, let me read you the wide receivers that play for the Cleveland Browns.
Can I guess them?
Yeah.
Judy, obviously.
I bet you over under 2.5 Browns wide receivers that you can name. Over under 2.5.
Over under. Well,
I know you can name 2, but I'm not sure if you can name a 3rd.
Yeah, I can definitely name 2, and the second one I am drawing the blank on right now. Cedric Tillman. Cedric Tillman.
Those everybody knows. So to be clear, I'll give you a hint because Pepper Tony says bullish for Elijah Moore.
Moore's
not
gone.
On the Cleveland Browns, not on an NFL team.
Right, gone.
Nobody has signed. Elijah Moore is so bad that nobody even has given him $1. So Tillman and Judy, can you name another Browns wide receiver?
DPJ.
Nope.
Oh, he's off now?
Yep. Not on the. He was on the Lions.
Oh,
I don't know.
he went to the Lions. That's right. He
Yep.
went to the Lions. That's right.
You might be able to name a rookie they drafted last year, but he never got to play. Darian Porter to the Raiders, so no, nothing fantasy wise. But like, I'm telling you, they don't have a third wide receiver. The Browns.
Yeah. Yeah, clearly. I can't.
Do you have
even
any
name one.
names? Because I'll list their wide receivers if you can't. If you don't have another guess.
Yeah, just go ahead. Just go ahead and list them.
This is ESPN, and the depth chart it's nonsense, right? But this is ESPN's grasping at straws to put because they list for every team they list 3 starting wide receivers: Jerry Jeudy, Cedric Tillman, Michael Woods is the current third listed. I honest to God don't know who Michael Woods is. I mean, I
got that.
Like I've heard the name, but like you know me, like I usually know like what school they went to or like whatever. I don't know what college Michael Woods went to. Jamari Thrash.
I should have got Jamari Thrash. I should have got Jamari Thrash.
That was the name I was worried about you hitting the over.
Yeah,
Jamari Thrash.
I should have got Jamari Thrash.
David Bell is still on the team.
I kind of should have got. Well,
yeah, but he hasn't been relevant. He's never been relevant. But we did draft him 2 years ago.
Yeah. God, that was 2 years ago.
DeAndre Carter is on the team as well. I know you know, but
I know, but I
didn't know he was on the Browns. Yeah. I mean, I know he's an NFL wide receiver, but I didn't know he was on the Browns. And then something called Jaden Davis is their 7th wide receiver. I don't know who that is. So if I'm making the bull case, right, is like, okay, Michael Woods is currently, or Jamari Thrash, or whatever, or DeAndre Carter are a starting wide receiver in 3 wide receiver sets. They didn't draft. They've had a million picks. They could have drafted any of these wide receivers. They chose Fannin as their pass catcher to take in this draft, even though they have Njoku. A potential common sense, right? Pepe Sylvia, connect the dots on the screen, is, well, they're just going to deploy Fannin kind of as an Aaron Hernandez level wide receiver role, where he's like kind of tight end, but a wide receiver because Njoku's obviously going to play. The flip side would be a lot of teams don't really do that. But I don't know, man. He's going to be a fascinating, like, use case. He could legit not play all year, and he could legit, like, play 75% of snaps.
This is one of those situations that we definitely have to see how Cleveland finishes out this draft.
Yes.
Because this is...
If they don't take a wide receiver, if they don't take any wide receivers, it's certainly not like, maybe they take a 6th rounder or something like that. But if they don't take a wide receiver in the next round or two, I think it's wheels up.
I'm just trying to look up.
Of course, Jenks gets Fannin. Why do we give the Cleveland people anything? What did they earn? Well, I guess when you had to deal with the Deshaun Watson thing, maybe you and Manziel and Josh Gordon.
So they could technically cut Njoku's contract this year, which obviously they're not doing, but next year is like a void year. So
how old is he? Like 29 or something?
He's 29 right now, right? For this year. Well, he's 29 for the 2025 season.
He's about to turn 29 this summer.
Yeah. So yeah, it could be play both and replace.
Yeah. Big Country says, didn't we say this about Michael Mayer last year? Absolutely. I'm fully admitting the range of outcomes is literally never plays. Like Ben Sinnott, right? I wouldn't say Mayer even as much as Ben Sinnott, where like it's just the Ertz show and they don't play 2 tight ends, right? Mm-hmm. But there is this outcome where, like, are you really gonna play Michael Woods over Harold Fannin? Are you really gonna play Jamari Thrash over Harold Fannin? And maybe. But I don't think it's crazy. Like, I just don't think it's crazy. And he's going to be free because everybody's going to say, how's he going to play? Right? For the next 4 months, everything is going to be, well, he's behind Njoku. he's never going to get on the field. And but what if he does? What if they just say you're a receiver? Because he was he just rocked as a wide receiver. I know he's listed as a tight end, and he's kind of this weird. That's why he's a 3rd round pick with his level of production, is because he's this super duper weird. Oh, Isaac Tesla.
Yeah, we got Kyle
Did not
Williams
see that
to
one
the
coming.
Patriots as well.
Kyle Williams. Yeah. So we can table Fannin for a minute because we're on fire here. Fannin, Kyle Williams, and Isaac Tesla. 3 of 4 picks. What do you think about Kyle Williams? So Pats.
I'm shocked, to be honest.
Here's what Sags thinks about Isaac Tesla, by the
way. I mean, fair, same, mostly.
This is true. Legendary upside subs, get ready to learn 50% Kyle Williams.
So we're targeting Kyle Williams now too.
If you don't think I'm pronouncing it, I don't care if it's pronounced Tesla. It's Tesla, brother. The jokes write themselves. Okay. The jokes write. He's also in Detroit, famously home of a lot of automobiles that are not Teslas. There's a lot of jokes to be made for that one.
Also, you don't get to make up your own nicknames. So I'm just going to hit this real quick. Tet McMillan saying I don't go by Tet. We don't care. You don't pick your own nickname. It's given to you. That's how nicknames work.
His actual friends gave him the nickname T-Mac. Only Fantasy Bros started calling him Tet because they don't know that detail.
That's fine. We call him Tet.
CD picked his own name. His name's Sidarian. Nobody fucking calls him Hollywood.
No one was going to call him Sidarian.
Hollywood's name is Marquise.
Yeah, but his makes sense because he's from Hollywood, Florida. And you know how that works. You probably moved there, right? When you move somewhere, you get called by where you're like. I remember we had a kid when I was at playing 9th grade football. We had a kid move from Virginia Beach, and we literally called him Virginia Beach all year. I don't know what his real name was.
Yeah,
we called him Virginia Beach. So.
I definitely got this. I could be a dick. I know this is a real fucking shocker. You know, in high school, I could be a dick, and we had those. You know, like the sophomore kid. So I went to a school. I still live here. That there's Scott Air Force bases, right? Like I could throw a rock from my house and hit Scott Air Force Base, and the Air Force kids went to my high school. So like I come from like a 10,000 person town, like small town in Southern Illinois, but we have a much bigger school because all the, one of the bigger Air Force bases in the country, the kids go to our high school. So we got a lot of kids moving in and out naturally. And yeah, like the ones that were not good at the ones that are good, you get the respect. We'll call you what you deserve to be called, but the other kids just get nicknames,
right?
And it's like, where'd you come from? Right. Yeah. Virginia Beach. All right. Virginia Beach. And like, sorry, your real name is Kyle, but I'll never remember your name.
I will never learn
ever. And I saw you every day for 3 years.
This is your name. We should talk about this Tesla pick though, because there were rumblings that there was already rumblings about, like, they weren't loud, but that they were looking at potentially moving JMO or whatever.
Or not picking up his 5th year. They did pick up his 5th year option. So he's going to be around for 2 more years. But there were rumblings that they might not, because he's, I love JMO. Okay. And another, me, I'm very biased. That's why I love Tatum. That's why I love Luther Burden. I love the St. Louis boys. And JMO's from St. Louis. But he's done fucked around and also found out several times.
Right.
Already in his NFL. He's betting on sports in the Lions facility. Okay. Like he's done some silly things, and he is not all the way grown up. It's certainly possible that this is and Tesla is not my kind of a prospect, because he really didn't do anything in college, but he's a freak, like athletically. And if there's a team you trust to somehow turn this guy who couldn't do anything at Arkansas into something because he's a mutant athlete. I think he's not like if he landed on the Raiders or something like that, I'd be like, no, thank you. But is he can he be the wide receiver 3, like deep threat guy for the Lions and pop a few long touchdowns over the course of the season? And maybe he is just better than we think. On the Lions, I think he becomes in play as a 3rd round pick. I can't believe he got drafted in the 3rd round. Like that's just great. That's just crazy. But I do trust the Lions.
I don't think I heard anyone saying Tesla 3rd round.
No,
or close to it.
He got like a little bit of hype, like you know, of like this is a guy that some teams do like because again he's extremely athletic, but he feels like, remember I think it was also at Arkansas, and that's why it hit me when the Jags, this is gonna date me. Remember when the Jags drafted Matt Jones? I'm also being very racist because they're both white. Matt Jones in the 1st round, and Matt Jones was a converted quarterback who moved to wide receiver his senior year at Arkansas, but he was like 6'4", ran a 4.3 40, and people were just like enamored with this athlete. That's like what this feels like to me, where they're like, he's so athletic, we'll figure it out. Now Matt Jones went in the 1st round, not in the 3rd, but it's just kind of what it feels like to me, where the NFL just says he's so athletic, we'll make it work.
Yeah, we get these guys every year, though. And how often do they actually work
Never.
out? Like hardly ever, right?
Never.
Like who was the best one that was like that? Like a Percy Harvin?
But Percy Harvin was so much better.
That's my point. He was like the best of the best.
He just wasn't a great wide receiver, but he was a really good football player. Right. He was the best offensive player on the Tim Tebow national champion Florida Gators team. He just wasn't he's a weird wide receiver.
But he didn't have an NFL position. Like that's the point. Right. Like
he was a gadget. He was like a gadget college guy.
Right.
But Tesla wasn't that. He is a wide receiver. Landon Jackson, Arkansas run.
Landon Jackson's picture is a creative player picture.
He looks like Jordan Walsh. Speaking of the Celtics that we've been talking about here, his little mini picture looks like Jordan Walsh.
God, I don't even want to talk about the Celtics. How are you down 4 to the Magic right now?
Good.
I mean, it is good, but like, I would have liked to have won my bet tonight.
I'm with you. I just feel blessed that I didn't lose everything because I was going to shove it all in on Derek White, and I just got lucky. Speaking of getting lucky, I bet so every game this series, Thunder Grizzlies, right? Don't watch the series. It's the Grizzlies are
terrible,
an abomination. The Grizzlies have done 2 historic things on the side of history you don't want to be on in the NBA playoffs this year. The 2nd largest loss in the history of the NBA playoffs in game 1. And then they blew one of the biggest leads in game 3. They were up by 29 in the second half and lost.
I didn't even know that one.
At home last night, up by 29, lost. Ja got hurt, but still. I have bet the Oklahoma or the Grizzlies team total under because the Thunder defense is so good, right? Mm-hmm. In every game. And I bet it last night. They scored 77 points in the first half last night. Their team total was 109.5. And I was like, well, we lost that one because they scored like 65. And, they just, it was domination. They were making everything. They, I believe, did not score for the final 5 minutes of the game and landed on 108.
Oh my God.
They missed like 3 shots in the final minute, as the Thunder take the lead and they're chucking threes. And I'm just sitting there. Like I still was for the final 5 minutes, every possession. I'm just like, I know it's going to lose, right? I'm resigned to it. And then it's like a minute goes by and they didn't score and another minute goes by and you get to like the final minute. And I'm like, am I really gonna win this? Like, am I really gonna win this bet? And miss three, dribble out the clock, and won. Like, legitimately, maybe the luckiest bet I've ever won in my entire life was on that Grizzlies game.
All right, so I'm gonna give the warning to Rabana now. We're just asking you not to tip picks.
Yeah,
We've asked you twice now.
come on. We respect your wizardry, but please try not to tip the picks if possible. Pat Bryant, though, this has been a W, other than Kyle Williams and Tesla. This has been a W for the old Spike Week rookie rankings because we loved RJ Harvey.
Yep.
We loved Trey Harris. And if this is Pat Bryant, I'm not sure there was a human higher on Pat Bryant than I was. And I'll tell you, it's been a rough couple months for being on the Pat Bryant bull train because everybody hates him and there was zero hype ever. But third round draft capital, assuming, and I assume that Rabona is on it. Third round draft capital, good offense. Who is the wide receiver 3 for the Denver Broncos? Devon Vele? I don't know. Pat Bryant goes in the mix here now as a late round wide receiver also.
Yeah, but he won't. I don't think he'll shoot up. Like, I think he's going to be a guy that you're going to be able to get freely still. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I don't think so.
Big, slow, but produced. That's Pat Bryant. Perfect Sean Payton fit. He's fucking Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Oh my God.
That's what he is. Pat Bryant is the new Lil Jordan Humphrey.
All right, fair.
Hey, I'm a Dorito. As long as it hurts the Mims slappy. So I'm a Mims slappy. I don't think Pat Bryant is hurting. If Pat Bryant is hurting Marvin Mims, then Marvin Mims was fucking cooked to begin with. If Lil Jordan Humphrey keeps you from producing, you were bad. Wish I defaulted to Ricky White over Pat Bryant, even though I had them pretty close. And I certainly wish that I did more Pat Bryant now.
So what's going on with Royals?
Good question. He was a steamy guy. But so was Kyle Williams. Tesla and Pat Bryant going ahead of Royals is surprising.
That's
Jalen Noel. Jalen Noel hasn't gone.
That's the other one. Yeah, Jalen Noel.
He could be the Cowboys though. Cowboys are wide receiver needy. Funny. We talked about this a little bit. We're projecting somewhere between round 5 and round 7 for RJ Harvey. Kramer.
Get him now.
Rabona is the Shams of Spike Week YouTube chat. Woj. Rabona bombs. We need a Twitter account, Rabona bombs.
Oh my God. 0.3 seconds left. The Celtics are down 2 with possession. Vomit inducing.
Shout out to Derek White for finishing a point below his prop. Fun.
So far,
Stop.
You don't know. Shout out to Tatum for shooting fucking 10 3-pointers this game. Thanks for that. Tatum shot 10 and Pritchard shot 0.
They only shot 27 threes.
Yeah, and Pritchard shot none of them. That's a problem.
The Magic shot 5 more threes than the Celtics. Where was that on your bingo card?
Definitely wasn't. Wagner shot 13 of them.
Holy shit.
Put up 32. He only hit 3 of them. Put up 32.
He's got the jump shooting yips. Franz is the Chuck Knobloch of 3-point shooters. Yes. Shoot it underhand. There's the Pat Bryant pick. All right. I promise I don't want to get this into the politics space, but the president of the United States posted on his social media platform earlier today, basically calling every NFL team stupid for not drafting Shador in the first round. Now he's not going to get drafted in the third. He's not even going to be drafted on day 2. This Shador shit is fucking crazy.
Well, I mean, if you go back, he has a lifelong hatred with the NFL going back to the 80s. I don't know if you've ever dove into that situation.
Well, he was part of the XFL, the original XFL, right?
USFL. So
USFL.
he was part.
Yeah. USFL.
He actually sued the NFL for exact thing was, but the NFL was tampering or something with the USFL. He sued the NFL and won. But do you know what the judgment was?
I don't remember. I know this, but I don't remember.
$1.
Yeah, that's right.
They ruled in his favor, but they forced which is just it's what are we doing here? Whatever you're ruling in someone's favor and then just giving them $1. It's yeah, you're right, but we don't care. What a weird. So,
oh gosh, that's so good. All right, Celtics lose. We're on to the. Whoa! What a comeback by the Bucks! I haven't been following. Down 10.5, up 11 after the third quarter. Sheesh.
Oh, this is the pathway for the NBA games tonight.
Yeah, man.
So whoever's down in this Lakers Minnesota game at halftime, bet the other way.
I'm ready. I'm ready for Lakers Minnesota.
We didn't get to talk much NBA this year.
I just lost.
While we're waiting for these picks, that Lucas situation is going to go down as one of the craziest things we've ever seen in our lifetime in sports. Just the utter lack of awareness from the Mavericks GM and ownership to allow that trade to happen is unbelievable. And for him to admit that he didn't realize how much that Luka was part of the culture for the Mavericks, it just. I'm a casual NBA guy, just completely casual. It's unbelievable. I don't understand how you allow first how that trade even gets talked about. Second, how it gets agreed upon. And third, how the owner allows it to happen. Dallas does not take Shador. They go with corner. So that's just, God, I just don't understand. Don't understand. We've got some serious fallers in this draft right now as well. RBs are falling. Some of the wide receivers you thought might be gone. You think that the Cowboys have a trade in place for Brees for Sear? I wouldn't be shocked. The two guys I thought the whole offseason that might get traded are Brees and Pickens. And I still wouldn't be shocked if that was going to happen at some point. I would have thought by now, but still wouldn't shock me if it happens. But yeah, we'll see.
There we go.
I just got the new AirPod 4s.
How do you like them? Is there any distinct upgrades worth it?
Just for me, I've bought like expensive, like I bought AirPod Pros and I bought like a pair of Bose,
Mm-hmm.
which both sound fine, but my ears just they don't fit. Like both of those would just fall out of my ears. The only ones that fit are like regular AirPods. So that's I'm like I'm just gonna downgrade. Like, but they're fine. Like as long as you can stay in my ears, especially while I'm working, because I walk a ton. So
Right.
Is a big thing.
Yeah. Rabona says, I can't wait to scroll through my big board teams later. That is a fun part of this this whole little process to see if you did you get Herbert, Trey Harris? Did you get show me your Joe Flacco, Harold Fannin teams, baby.
I should actually, while I'm thinking about it, because I was firing a lot of DraftKings drafts, I should make sure that I've uploaded all my lineups to Spike Week so that I can check my lineups later.
Yeah, the chat is it really is so much more fun to scroll through with Draft IQ because you can just so quickly, right? Do you want to see the correlations that you have, right? Type in your searches, type in your player combinations. It's the best. Yeah, the chat is I hope Jalen Noel doesn't have Antonio Brown vibes. That would be bad. The vibes around Antonio Brown are not great if you've followed him for the last while. Obviously kidding. He's a crazy person, but he was one of the best wide receivers ever. But we've given up on the Shador thing. Obviously, Shador is, of course. It's kind of like, we always joked all of last summer, like in our lab. Which, of course, if you're listening to this, hop in the Discord. There's a link in the description, and every week we do this thing called the lab in the Discord, where it's just a bunch of us Spike Weekers that hang out and just like talk shop, right? We talk whatever is top of mind. It's like if all of us went to the bar and hung out and just talked best ball strategy. We hop on a Zoom and talk about it. But last year we had to do, we do, everybody like poses a question, right? Like, who's the guy you're hammering in drafts right now? Who's the best pick on the board? Blah, 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 blah. And we always had to do you can't say Rashee Rice, right? It was always the everybody except who's your favorite pick on the board right now, excluding Rashee Rice. And that's how I feel. Is like, okay, we understand the craziest faller in this draft is Shador Sanders. So who's the craziest faller that isn't Shador? I do think it's probably Jalen Noel, at least certainly from a fantasy football. Wait, hold on.
No.
Caleb.
It's Caleb.
I kind of just I was so certain he'd be gone by now that it's still not registering that Caleb Johnson hasn't been picked. That's crazy. Who's a Caleb Johnson candidate? Because kind of everybody's a Jalen Noel candidate. Teams will just draft wide receivers. Steelers for Caleb?
Yeah, for sure.
We're going to get Steelers on the clock, and it's going to be, are they going to do the Shador thing, or are they going to do Caleb Johnson? Yeah, this is true. I forgot about this too. Jalen Milroe was invited to the draft and went.
I forgot about that.
He's just looking around Ghost Town. He's the only guy.
Why would he have accepted that invite?
I can't believe he went. He's an idiot. He just wanted to go, I'm sure, but
I think that shit's on purpose sometimes too, because they want that narrative.
They want to have some guy to pan the camera to.
Yeah. When will he get drafted?
Right.
Because they really got wrecked when it happened to Aaron Rodgers, right? Remember that year where Rodgers won 20th, 21st or something, and you just couldn't stop. The camera was just on him all night.
Yep. Who turns down a free trip to Green Bay? Same people that turned down a free trip to Iowa.
Uh,
Oh gosh. Yeah, this is true. Lamar fell too. What a bunch of fucking idiots. Everybody that passed on Lamar.
all of them. I'll be right back.
It's impressive that you could hold out for over 3 hours. I have the bladder of a 90-year-old. I don't know how anyone could make it as long as Rob has. Jordan Birch to the Cardinals. It really is. If Shador falls, I mean, there was legit conversations about should the Giants just take Shador 3rd overall, and he's at risk of falling out of the 3rd round. Noel. There's Noel to the Texans. So hold on. They took both Iowa State. Yeah. The Texans just took both Iowa State wide receivers. And I love some firepower as much as anybody does. But Houston, like, if CJ Stroud doesn't have time to pass the ball, it truly doesn't matter. They now have Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins, and Jalen Noel, and a junior college offensive line protecting CJ Stroud. I get it. Jalen Noel, best player available. Fine. I'm cool with that. But like, I don't know, man. This isn't the first round where Jalen Carter falls or Lamar Jackson falls or Aaron Rodgers falls and the Packers are just like, I mean, we gotta do it. This is the 3rd round. Jalen Noel is not that good. He's fine. Are we really gonna waste rookie contract CJ Stroud and the cheap Nico? Like, we're gonna waste this because you just arguably the most, other than quarterback play, arguably the most important part of football is your offensive line, and they're literally ignoring it. What are we doing? They've had three picks and they've taken 2 fucking receivers.
Well, the good news is they traded their best offensive lineman away too.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't name one. I'm not saying naming offensive linemen is something most people can do, but I can usually name a couple at least from most teams, and some teams, like a lot of them, play that fucking game. Name a fucking Texans starting offensive lineman, because I mean, this is disastrous.
Can you even draft Noel with what this team is right now?
He's he is for sure the wide receiver 4.
Right.
Also, he's better from the slot, and Christian Kirk is there. I don't get it. I have no idea what they're doing. And I like Jaden Higgins, and I like Jalen Noel, but like,
it's technically 3 draft picks now on wide receiver, right? Because Kirk was a pick.
Correct. This is very confusing.
What sucks is it doesn't make Nico drop. This isn't like the Travis Hunter where
no.
BTJ might be able to drop. So we don't even get the advantage of Nico dropping a pick or two or more because of it. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not a Texans fan.
Oh, this is for sure.
Yeah, Tank's dead.
I mean, we knew he was dead for this year, but he's
dead.
This is yeah, this is true. They just drafted the fucking entire Iowa State Cyclones team. Higgins, Noel, and Hutchinson. Yeah, this is like not great. Rick says there's a decent amount of might be washed O-line available in free agency, but they're gonna craft they're gonna build the fucking plane out of might be washed offensive linemen who are still available in May. If you are any good, you're not available in May.
Yeah, you're not available in April.
Yeah, you're not available. You're signed in the first week, the first couple days.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand what their plan is.
Rough.
If you are completely built, right? Like if you were the Eagles and you were doing this, you would get it. You're like, all right, we're just trying to get people in the door, find our wide receivers of the future who we can have run on this team. Not for this, like not this franchise right now.
Right. You know what's going to happen? It's another Joe Mixon year where we're just like they have CJ Stroud and all these weapons, and we're like 28 pass attempts and fucking 33 Joe Mixon touches. And D'Amico Ryans is mic'd up on the sideline like he got last year. I'll never forget this one where they're like never throwing, and he's mic'd up on the sideline yelling, "Run it down their fucking throats." And I'm like, brother, you have this is, healthy Diggs, healthy Tank at that time, and CJ Stroud. And I'm like, I get the like macho boomer defensive coach thing, but like just score. Like you don't get extra points for scoring in a way that is like this physical thing. Like look at all the teams that are really good. I know the Eagles do run the ball, but they also make big plays in the passing game.
Yeah. Best roster in the league.
They get to run the ball because the rest, you know what? You know why the Eagles are so able to run the ball so successfully? Look at that offensive line. Right. It ain't the Texans' offensive line. That's why they're so fucking good. They built there. Like, honestly, we think about the Eagles and how good the offense was. They built the defensive line and they built the offensive line. Mm-hmm. And then they've hit on so much else, right? But that gave them the freedom to go get A.J. Brown. That gave them the freedom to sign Saquon Barkley because they already had the best offensive line in the NFL and the best defensive line in the NFL. So the rest of the shit is like, whatever. We'll fucking figure it out. Cooper DeJean turns into a stud, but like you can mix and match all those guys in the draft. But if you can't compete you don't have to be the Eagles to win a Super Bowl. You don't have to have the best trenches in the NFL. But if you can't compete in the trenches on one side of the ball, it's over. You're cooked. You cannot win. You cannot beat the Kansas City Chiefs and the Baltimore Ravens and the Buffalo Bills in the AFC if you can't compete on the offensive line. And yeah, somebody asked about, so they have Trent Brown and Cam Robinson, but like that's not like this isn't Trent Williams and like they're like you don't want those to be your stalwarts. Those two guys are not the like pillars of your offensive line. Cam Robinson was the pillar of the Did you watch what Jared Verse and co did to Cam Robinson in the playoffs last year? Cam Robinson was the fill-in, right, for what's the Vikings kid that got hurt? Their Darashaw, their left tackle. That's why they had Cam Robinson, and he's like fine, but like he's gonna get cooked by good players. Yeah, just unfortunate. Because there's been 2 years now, man. The Texans, it's just been so much potential from our selfish fantasy perspective. And it's not like they're not going to score, but it's just like, what could have been, dude? What could have been these last 2 years?
Can you go on YouTube? I didn't mean to completely ban Rabona. I was just trying to time him out. But
I actually don't even know how to do that. How do I bring him back?
I can probably do it. Actually, I have access to it.
Yeah, perfect.
I got it. Rabona, I'm just trying to, like, we're not doing this for the night, just so you know. You didn't
I don't even know
technically
what
you didn't technically tip a pick, but we're also not doing what you just did. So that's all I'm gonna say.
I didn't see it, so it's okay. Yeah, Eddie, great point. This is the other thing. Injuries happen. If you don't have any depth, so if your starters stink, think about your backups, because you cannot assume going into a 18-week NFL season and then theoretically one or multiple playoff games that no one is going to get hurt, especially on the offensive line. How many teams start the same offensive line in every game of the whole season? Almost none. And so you're gonna not only like be bad with your starters, your depth is going to be tested. And if your depth is even worse, like it's just a non-starter. It drives me nuts. Because it's such an easy thing. It's so easy. Build depth in the trenches on both sides of the ball. It's like playing in the, we were talking about the Celtics and stuff with the basketball. It's like playing in the modern NBA and just being like, we're never going to shoot a three-pointer. Like, fuck that three-pointer thing. It's like, I don't know, man. That's just math. If you would like to disagree with math, go ahead. But like the math is always going to win out. And that's kind of what the offensive line thing is. It's like, it just went. Look at even the Chiefs. Remember the Chiefs Bucks Super Bowl? Remember Mahomes running around like a fucking chicken with his head?
Yeah.
There it is. Caleb.
Yep.
Oh my God.
What a pick for the Steelers.
Caleb and Jalen Warren. Our generation's Najee and Jalen Warren. Great spot for Caleb. Awesome
Phenomenal spot for Caleb.
Awesome spot for Caleb. Warren's going to be what Warren's going to be. I got no problem. Rick saying by the dip, Warren's a good football player. Warren is going to be fine. But I think it's pretty clear that they want their two-headed, tandem monster. And Caleb's better than Najee. That's hilarious. I agree.
Yeah, Steelers got to be looking around the room or running to the podium to get Caleb Johnson when he's.
They might still get Shador. Like, this is crazy. Wow, Bucks. Speaking of running to the podium, that's the quickest pick we've had all night.
Jacob Parrish.
Don't know who that is. I don't even have it up on YouTube TV. So you guys got to give me if there's some funny updates, but I can only imagine. Got a hat tip to Dion not having Shador show up to the draft.
Yeah, probably smart.
This would be bad. This would be catastrophic.
Smart.
This would be catastrophic.
He would never be able to recover. They got to look at the upside. Now he can only sign like a 2-year contract when he's a 7th rounder.
Dion is down so bad. We went from watching on the big screen to the fucking tablet in the rounds. He's probably watching the basketball game and watching the draft on his tablet.
He's probably seeing if he can come back to college for 1 year.
Yeah, exactly.
Like what?
He's probably trying to go back to Jackson State at this point. Go all the way back, or go back to his fucking charter high school or whatever. Did you know this was another thing outside of Shador's kind of like character's not the right word. I don't think he's like a bad person, but just like like the character vibes.
Yeah.
He's not Tyreek Hill by any stretch of the imagination, but he has not handled himself well, like in post-game pressers and all that kind of stuff. But some people were talking about how that's more concerning because he's never had a coach that wasn't his dad.
Right.
Dion coached him in high school, right? Dion they created this charter school or whatever, and so Dion coached him in high school. Then Dion took the Jackson State job and Shador went with him, and so did Shiloh. And then obviously that's where Travis Hunter was. And then they all went to Colorado together. And so they're like, if he's like, we're getting these bad vibes about him, Kansas City takes defense again. If we're getting these bad vibes about Shador, we don't have any proof of concept that it will work apart from Pops. You know what I mean? Like there's no way for us to see him away from Papa Prime. So it's like, I get it. I would be concerned too.
Yeah, it's a lack of adversity, right? Like, and probably a lack of accountability.
I mean, he's entitled. I'm sure
Right.
I would be too.
Yeah,
like,
probably. Yeah,
I'm sure I would be too. But it's just, these other kids had to go through things that Shador didn't.
All right, we got too much good stuff for the Chargers. They're definitely doing something boring right here.
Yeah, for sure. Fullback. Get ready for a fullback.
We were already spoiled with the Chargers, so
I know.
For the next 2 years, probably.
Yeah, exactly. The Chargers have done all the good stuff. Hampton and Trey Harris, my God.
Yeah, they were spoiled for years with the Chargers, so I expect boring for their next 30 draft picks.
Yes. Harbaugh had his fun. It's like he went for Halloween. He had his candy, but he's not the kid that just keeps going and stays up all night on that sugar rush. He's like, he had his couple Kit Kats and a Reese's or whatever, and it's like, all right, time to get back to the meat and potatoes.
What did you think of the Packers taking
Golden
in the first round?
Yeah, I'm not a big Golden fan, just as a player. But I think that there was and we talked about this quite a bit also in the Discord today, because it's a polarizing situation, because we all know the Packers are good, but I feel like the Packers have just a bunch of mediocre at best wide receivers.
Yeah.
And because they have a bunch of mediocre guys, we viewed them as like a bad landing spot for a wide receiver. And it's like, we almost treated them, the royal we talked about Golden like he was Ricky Pearsall of last year, where it was like, he's a first round guy, but he's behind Debo and Ayuk and Kittle, and like, how is he ever going to do? And it's like, Romeo Doubs, Dontavian Wicks are not Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. Like,
Right.
if Golden is good, this is a great spot. If Golden is good, obviously that's the issue. But I think it was also an indictment on Christian Watson.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Which sucks, because I think Christian Watson he's a flawed NFL wide receiver, but a talented. He has a role. He clearly has a role that he plays well in the NFL, and Golden is kind of that same thing. Like, Golden's skill set is very similar to that of Christian Watson. So, if you're a Golden stan, I don't think you should take this as bad. I think you should take it as good. Actually, he's got a great head coach. Jordan Love is a totally fine quarterback to be attached to, and who cares about Romeo Doubs and Dontavian Wicks, dude? Like,
No,
who cares?
I think if he can come in and establish himself as the one, and big ifs and all that fun stuff, but I think it's obviously great for the offense as a whole because I think that slots everybody into where they should actually be.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I think that was
why
their
they swung.
problem last year.
I think that's why they took the swung. Is everybody's 1 or 2 rungs up too high?
Yeah. Like Reed is probably like I love Jaden Reed, but he's not obviously a 1.
No.
He's
a nice role player.
If you get that established 1 in there, it just works out for Reed even better.
Mm-hmm.
And it just sort of slots everybody where they should be.
He's baby Debo. The comps we've made are perfect. Like Debo cannot be the focal point of an entire offense, but when you have a good offense and you have that dude, he's an awesome piece to have. And that's how I think of Jaden Reed. I'm not saying he is Debo. I'm saying that's how he could be successful.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably want to run unless they move Dobbs, which I don't know if they will. But if
Dobbs is the biggest prima donna that has never earned any reason to be a prima donna ever. At least Wicks shuts up and goes out there and drops the ball and like
drops it.
Like at least he understands. Like, I'm just like I'm gonna keep working hard to try to be good, even though I'm not good. Like Romeo Dobbs talks like they need to throw me the ball. I can't believe, these other, like, I can't believe Malik Heath is rotating in, and these other guys, how's Bo Melton playing? Romeo Dobbs is mad about that. Like, why don't you fucking get open once and then come talk to us about like, you should be getting the ball more.
Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if they still move on from him, but if they don't, I think it's clear that, Watson throws wrinkles into things depending on when he comes back, but
he just can't stay healthy.
Yeah, I think they
remember the leg stuff. Remember the relearning how to run.
Never studied a man's calf so much as
I was reading like scientific studies about the leg. I'm not even exaggerating because one of his legs is longer than the other. That's why he's always had those problems. So one of his legs was strong, like it was like offsetting the other one. So he had a weaker leg, and that's why he kept pulling his hammy, because that one leg was like, was like weaker than the other, and he supposedly fixed that. Obviously not. Like obviously there's a lot more wrong than he has one leg longer than the other one.
Wild.
Can we at least Tucker Kraft, just we're good to go. Like, yeah, he's their best offensive weapon, right? Unless Golden proves himself to be certainly most consistent.
I was gonna say he's their most consistent offensive weapon.
Jaden Reed has the highest upside, not counting for Golden, just because we don't know about Golden. But Jaden Reed has the most upside, but Tucker Kraft is just we know he's really good.
Yeah.
Savion. Oh my.
They're
R.I.P.
double tapping wide receiver. What?
Savion.
Oh, Dobbs is gone.
Dobbs. Get ready for the Schefter. Romeo Dobbs has requested a trade from the Green Bay Packers. Wow. Did not expect Savion Williams at all.
Oh, they hate their wide receivers.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Wow. That's crazy.
Wow. I'm comment of the night, Dorito.
Yeah, well, hat tip. Little kid hat tip respect, Jeff. That's good.
What is Green Bay doing here?
Yeah, Io Manor still on the board. Savion goes ahead of Io Manor. I don't think Jaden Reed is going to dust, but I don't know what I don't know how anyone can have any confidence in what this is going to turn out with the Packers. How can you?
No, they have 7 on the roster right
now. Dude, there were times where Bo Melton was playing 75% of snaps, and he's their wide receiver 7 now, or whatever. Like, they got a bunch of mid-ass dudes. They're throwing shit at the wall and hoping one of these guys pops. And so far, they're batting 0. They're 0 for 10.
I don't understand. Like getting one was fine, but dude, you're like on the precipice of being a real
The roster's
contender.
great. They're so close.
They're so close. It feels
They're so
like
close. Jags go corner.
Ugh.
Chargers did take a defensive tackle, by the way, so we were correct.
Yeah.
Straight to we're right back to the beef.
Yeah. Yeah, they gave you your ice cream already. You are not getting any
Exactly.
more ice cream.
They started with the dessert. Harbaugh
Yeah.
was feeling frisky tonight for dinner. Like, let the kiddos eat the dessert first, and then we're gonna get right down to the meat and potatoes.
I don't. I'm thrown by the Packers.
This is true. You draft all the Packers wide receivers, and Jacobs scores every touchdown. Again, they throw the ball 22 times or whatever, and Josh Jacobs scored. Yeah, I mean, sneaky good for Marshawn Lloyd as a late round.
Yeah,
the fact that they, at least so far, have shown us that they think the wide receiver issue is much greater than the running back issue.
Yeah. Except when he comes down with dysentery or whatever Oregon Trail disease he decides to get this year.
I was not far away from wearing. I have the shirt that says "You have dysentery" or whatever on it. That's the Marshawn Lloyd.
He has.
If he were the sophomore on our high school football team, we would have called him Oregon Trail for sure. That would have been his nickname.
He has the sickness.
I mean, this is genuinely a fair question, because so for anybody that doesn't know, obviously you see Savion Williams listed as a wide receiver. They converted him essentially to running back for the second half of their season. Now, part of it was their running backs were fucking horrid, and they had Jack Besh and they had a couple other wide receivers who were competent. But the problem is that Savion Williams is just not a very good wide receiver. But it's the total high school football thing, right? Where he's our best player with the football in his hands, but like we can't get it to him, type of a thing. Mm-hmm. Like my first year coaching high school football, we had a big recruit. He went to Tennessee, but he was a wide 6'5", 225 freak, 40-inch vertical, just total freak. Played at Louisville with Teddy Bridgewater and some of those guys. Because he transferred, but he was a good high school wide receiver, but raw. And we didn't have, like I said, I come from a small town. We didn't have a good quarterback. So we just said, fucking move him to quarterback. Like that's what we did. We moved him to quarterback, and we just gave him the ball every play because he was the best player on the field in every single game that he played. And TCU did that a little bit with Savion, which is like semi-bullish and semi-awful, right? Like we're not talking about high school. We're talking about in the Big 12. If you can't play the guy at wide receiver in the Big 12, is he really going to be an NFL difference maker at wide receiver? Like, he feels like Visca. You know what I mean? Like, where it's like, he's actually like kind of a good weapon if you get the ball in his hands, but he's not a good wide receiver. And there's a very big difference. Yeah, no Dylan Sampson so far. No Scattaboo.
I had a feeling Scattaboo was going to drop. Like, not to be that hindsight, like, 2020 hindsight.
No, I'm with you. He's big and slow.
I didn't think he was going to.
Those guys can fall easy. And Caleb fell. Caleb's better than Scattaboo, and Caleb fell because he's just not that athletic. And that's what happens.
Caleb fell right to where he was supposed to.
Yeah, Jesus. It worked out just fine.
It's so funny how there's just Steelers guys, and it's just like, well, no one else will take him except for the Steelers.
Yep. We don't have a quarterback, but goddamn, we're gonna take these falling running backs, and
we just need him to hand off anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Almost like Justin Fields would have been a good fit for them this year.
Oh my god.
Fucking idiots. For only $20 million a year, like you're gonna do Rodgers or something, and you could have just done Fields and made the playoffs. We're joking about the Raiders stuff. The Steelers could have just been the 9-8 fucking Steelers again with Justin Fields.
Dude, they could have just re-signed Russ.
They could have run it back.
Yeah.
Russ and Fields. Fuck it. Run it back. They made the playoffs. They would have made the playoffs.
I wouldn't grab Sanders if I was the Saints at this point.
Not the Saints. You already took Shug. You're
got
pot committed. You took
Yeah.
Shug at the beginning of the second.
Yeah.
He's your guy.
Yeah.
No, stop it. Listen, Kendre Miller is a cockroach. He's not going to die. Let him live. Let him keep popping out and then getting hurt after 6 carries and tilting me into oblivion, sitting on the end of my dynasty rosters every single year, just praying that Kendre is going to be a thing. Although in being serious, the Saints need a lot of stuff that is not a running back. like every other position, basically.
It's not a good sign when your quarterback decides to create an injury to take himself out for the year.
It literally is loud quitting. That wasn't even a quiet quit. That was straight loud quit from Derek Carr. Just like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and sit this one out. I've had enough. We've had enough.
It's crazy. It's like none of us thought that this was going to be a bad decision when they signed him there.
Losingest quarterback in the history of the losingest 2 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL. Derek Carr and who's the second?
Losingest quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
God.
The Derek Carr is the hint.
Oh, is it David Carr?
That it is. The Carr Bros.
It feels like
Good
it should
enough.
be Andy Dalton, but it's
Good
but
enough.
he-
Yeah, he just didn't play enough
Yeah.
because after he got ran out of Cincinnati. But good enough to keep playing, keep starting games. Bad enough to keep fucking losing constantly. The Derek, they'll put that on his fucking tombstone. Derek Carr started a lot of games, lost a lot of games.
But made a shitload of money.
Good Lord. Can you imagine in our profession just being so aggressively mediocre at your job and being able to make $500 million or whatever that Derek Carr is going to make in his career? Like, that's nuts.
Do you know what his
Hundreds
record is
of
offhand?
millions of dollars. Oh, it's got to be just how many? What is it? How many losses?
92 losses.
Most quarterbacks don't play 92 games if you're that bad. He lost 92 games.
How many wins do you think he has?
62.
77.
So better than I thought. But 92 losses, man. To get the opportunity to play 170 games when you lose that much is nuts. We might never see that again. Because teams are just, if you lose, right, you just get benched or cut or whatever. Like Bryce Young got benched a few games into, he was the first overall pick, and he got benched a few games into his second season.
David Carr only played with the Texans for like a season?
Did he?
His record with the Texans?
I'm also quoting that stat from, I saw it on ESPN like 2 years ago, so I don't know if it's win percentage or whatever, but it was the 2 losingest quarterbacks essentially in the history of the NFL were the 2 Carr boys.
He's 10-7 with the Texans, which is weird because it feels like if he was 10-7, he wouldn't have moved on from the Texans. He was 8-9 with the Colts. I don't remember that at all.
He played for the Colts?
I don't remember any of this.
I didn't remember that. I don't remember the David Carr
I wonder if
career.
this is wrong, but it says he's
feels
4-13 with the Jags and 3-14. I mean, he might have just been on the team. I don't know if these are starting.
I don't think those are starts.
Yeah.
I just remember the incredible turn back around to the conversation we were just having, where David Carr is the first overall pick and the team has the worst offensive line you've ever seen in your entire fucking life. and he's just getting his absolute face beat in every single game. And now the Texans decided, why don't we try that again with CJ Stroud? Go ahead, let CJ fucking run for his life every single play, and fuck it, Nico's down there somewhere, just whatever.
That was a different David Carr, by the way, which is weird.
There's 2 David Carrs who started games.
I don't think he was a quarterback. I think that the site I pulled up the other one. Yeah, he was with Houston. His games played, his record's 23-56.
Yeah, there we go. Good God. Good God. 23-56.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yikes.
Cameron says there's a video on Reddit of Shador getting prank called about being drafted.
Damn.
Jack Besh getting a lot of airtime.
David Carr has a Super Bowl ring with the Giants.
Yeah, Giants.
He was in the league for 10 years. Mm-hmm. That's wild.
Teams just refuse. They don't care. That you were the first overall pick, brother. You get a 10-year career. We don't care how fucking terrible you are. Unless you're Jamarcus Russell, you get to play for 10 years. And Jamarcus Russell played probably for longer than he should have, because they just
he played for at least 2 games. So yeah.
Do you remember the Jamarcus Russell again during this like draft time when how many times they showed the Jamarcus Russell on a knee throwing the ball, 75 yards or whatever it was? It was like that like clip is ingrained in my brain, and I'm just like, this is peak NFL draft. Like,
yeah, we
don't care, right? This is Isaac Tesla. This is Darius Hayward-Bay. This is all these guys. This is everything that's wrong about NFL decision making, where it's like the games didn't matter. Did you see him go on a knee and throw the ball 75 yards? Like Uncle Rico. Like, what in the fuck are we talking about here? I thought you're supposed to like win football games and like make winning football plays, and every once in a while they just. Before guys ran that fast, Darius Hayward-Bay ran that fast. So,
Milroe goes.
There's a fun one.
Before Shador.
Milroe before Shador. Shador officially, at best, QB5 in the 2025.
Great NFL spot draft. For the Seahawks to take him too, because they're going to be under. This is perfect for them. This is a perfect spot to take the quarterback here because they don't have to sit. Like, there's going to be no pressure for Milroe to play over Darnold unless there's a reason. And then we've already seen the deal for Darnold that they can get out of it pretty quickly. But there's no first or second.
It's a 1-year deal.
Pressure. Yeah, it's a 1-year deal.
It's a 3-year deal that's really a 1-year deal.
Yeah, perfect pick for Seattle there.
I like it. Also, doesn't make Milroe irrelevant for best ball this year.
No,
he's not irrelevant because, like we talked about with the House of Cards stuff, like this could go south for Seattle in a hurry. And he actually, it's like the Fields stuff, where if it all falls apart and the offensive line really is that bad, it's like, well, how can you counteract that? But with a running quarterback. And it's like, let's just change the offense, right? Build the offense around a Fieldsian type quarterback where we're not dropping back and throwing the ball 40 times a game. We're running Ken Walker, we're running zone read, we're doing these things that can help mitigate our offensive line. If it all goes to shit, like I kind of think it might in Seattle, Milroe might play the last 6, 7, who knows? He might be playing down the stretch, and he's the exact archetype that scores fantasy points, even if he's not like a good NFL quarterback.
He's the perfect type of quarterback to pair with an elite quarterback as a 2 QB build. Right. Like this is the way you do that, where Josh Allen, Lamar are just going to score you the points anyways. So to differentiate if they are like hammers in playoff spots, no one else is going to have them with Milroe because Milroe is not going to get drafted much.
No.
So Milroe sneaks you by a week where everyone else loses Lamar because Lamar had his 18-point week or whatever.
Yep.
So,
and like you said, especially like I'm just thinking about, I know we don't have schedule yet. But like, remember last year, the Ravens had the notorious week 14 bye where every goddamn good offense in the entire league was on bye. But it's like, if you get the week 14 Josh Allen bye, it's like, who gives a fuck if Milroe's not playing for the whole season? Right. You're just using Josh Allen's score every single week until the bye week. And like, he might be, if the Seahawks win are 3-11 or whatever, 3-10, Milroe is probably starting.
Yep. Yeah. I might be taking some Milroe.
I'm pretty sure it's Charbonnet. Rick asks who's the best goal line running back on the Seahawks from a success rate perspective. Ken Walker is horrid.
Yes.
From a success rate perspective. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying, I know Rick knows. Watch Ken Walker, and you can quickly understand why success rate is not the best metric for a guy who bounces out, who tries to score an 80-yard touchdown on every single play, including at the goal line.
Even on the yard line.
He needs to get. He is so ready to take that 2-yard goal line carry 80 yards. Okay.
He will find a way. Horizontally, vertically, does not matter. The field is his oyster.
Oh God.
Fun though.
He's very fun. He's fun to watch in many different ways.
I don't think it's quite going to be that Sags, but maybe.
But I get it. I get
the idea.
Yep. I think the premise is fine. I don't think I think predicting anyone to be Russell Wilson, rookie year Russell Wilson, is it's kind of like we always joked about when people would use guys wide receivers who sucked to start their career and be like, well, Devontae Adams is the best wide receiver in the NFL, and he was terrible for the first couple of years. It's like, we don't get to compare every shitty player to the greatest unicorn that has ever existed. You know what I mean? It's like, I get that story fits your narrative, but I'm not saying Sags, you're saying this. I'm just giving an example. But it does feel a little bit like that. Like Darnold is very Matt Flynnian. Like, he's not good. So if
he's
better than Matt Flynn. He's better.
Flawless Flynn.
Matt Flynn didn't have one pass as good as what Darnold just did this past season. Darnold was like played like a Pro Bowler for most of the season. Like,
Jesse and I used to call Matt Flynn Flawless Flynn, and then we would play Madden with the Packers and try to win games with Flawless Flynn. And every time we would throw a pass, we would just yell out Flawless Flynn.
That's a good one. I like that nickname.
Because he has, everyone remembers the Matt Flynn game, right?
Mm-hmm. 500 yards.
6 touchdowns, right? It was 506.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And it was like the most meaningless game ever. And everyone was overly erector. I'm like, did you see?
Just set generations of the Flynn family up because of one meaningless football game. And he never played again.
No,
he never played again. God, what a life. Like, there's two people that I envy just the dream scenario. Matt Flynn, Chase Daniel. Just literally never fucking play football and make millions and millions of dollars standing and holding a clipboard for essentially your entire career. Now Chase Daniel's like a prominent NFL analyst. He spun a career of never playing football into talking about football afterwards. Like, it's amazing. Like, what an incredible run out for Chase Daniel.
Did Matt Flynn get a Super Bowl ring? Was he on the Seattle team that won?
That's a good question.
Because imagine getting paid, not playing, and getting the ring.
Yes.
The trifecta.
He won with the Packers.
Oh, he did get a ring with the Packers?
Mhm.
He was
When
on
they
that.
beat the
What was that?
Steelers.
The 08 team? 08?
When they beat the Steelers. This is hilarious. Shout out the shitty ass Google AI, but Matt Flynn won what I'm not good at the Roman numerals with the Green Bay Packers. He was a member of the Packers that defeated the Pittsburgh Steelers. He also played this is peak shitty quarterback. He also played for the Seattle Seahawks, Oakland Raiders, Buffalo Bills, New England Patriots, New York Jets, and New Orleans Saints. He played for like as many teams as he played seasons in the NFL, despite winning a Super Bowl with the Packers and getting a massive contract, like a huge. You don't generally get that contract like he got with the Seahawks, and then also play for 10 teams. Like crazy. Matt Flynn is a wild career.
The backup on the 2014 Seahawks was Tavares Jackson.
Oh, I love Tavares Jackson.
Everyone loved Tavares Jackson.
Vikings Tavares Jackson rocked.
Hell yeah.
If we had DFS back then, Tavares Jackson would have been like $4,800 Tavares Jackson.
Yeah.
Lock City, baby. Lock
Throw
City.
that in there.
Yeah. I'm ready to lose 3 mortgage payments on Tavares Jackson in the Millie. Couldn't complete a forward pass, but goddamn, he was fucking fun. We do have a couple. I forget that this round has all these supplemental picks.
Forgot Percy Harvin was on that Seattle Seahawks team.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
God, was this wide receiver room quite terrible?
Yeah, Matt says Milrow's accuracy is a serious issue. Yes, Milrow has many serious issues, but if he's playing and he's running, in the money weeks, Anthony Richardson has many serious issues. Like, does he like football? Like, but when oh my god,
Dylan Gabriel Shador.
No.
Oh
no
way.
Fucking way.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Dylan Gabriel.
Oh man.
No way. Okay.
Dylan Gabriel just did the point.
Dylan Gabriel just pulled Leo. And Dylan Gabriel is for sure sitting on a recliner with a beer in his hand. He definitely did not expect to go. This is stop. He's already dead. Get ready for the CFL draft.
Damn.
Oh my god. It does feel like, are they conspiring to like the conspiracy theorists are gonna have a sick fucking run here for the next while with the Shador stuff. Like, look, I am not a Shador guy. I think Dylan Gabriel is the tipping point of like, like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing here? Like, I think it's okay to take Shador over 25-year-old Dylan Gabriel, who wasn't even very good at college.
Maybe they are letting Kevin Costner make the picks. Like, they're just like you did better in that movie than we've ever done in real life. So
Jennifer Gardner loved Dylan Gabriel's moxie. Oh my god!
Holy shit, that movie's bad.
Do you agree with this? I think this is the general take of all of us loser, especially fantasy bros, that it's so bad that it still somehow is like rewatchable. Like, you'll rewatch it.
It's like a weird hate watch. Like, you're watching like, fucking, this is so,
because
you're just saying how dumb it is the whole time.
Everything about, like, the acting is bad. There's good actors in the movie, and they're horrible in it. Like, look, compare Yellowstone Kevin Costner to Draft Day Kevin Costner, and you're just like, is this the same fucking guy? Like, this is so bad. I don't really think Jennifer Garner is great, but like,
I'm a big Kevin Costner hater in general. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm not flag planting Kevin Costner. Okay, but I think he has played some fine roles. But like, even like the football part of it is like, did you talk to any football people before you started doing this? Because it's like if the people who created Toy Story wrote a draft, script. It's like, this is so not believable. This is not how football works, like, at all. But it's great. I watch it every year. I watched it again this week just because, like you said, it's a hate watch. It's like, gets me fired up.
Yeah, they just let the best quarterback prospect in the last 5 years just start dropping, like Shador Sanders.
Well, because of he
The NFL was like draft day. You thought you could drop a guy 7 picks? We're gonna drop him.
Shador
90.
definitely lied about if there was money in the playbook that they or what was the party? What's the party thing or whatever?
None of his teammates showed up to his birthday party. And that's why they didn't draft him.
Shador's birthday party was him and his dad and his brother, and none of the other Colorado guys.
Yeah,
that's why the Giants kept bringing him back to see if any of the other Colorado guys showed up to his birthday. They dropped him a playbook and put the $100 bill in there or whatever. Oh, man.
They were looking at his draft party to see if any of his teammates were there.
I don't think they are, by the way. Oh, man. God bless the NFL. What a fucking entertaining.
All right. Let's see if Houston takes
a
wide receiver here for a compensatory pick.
If this is an offensive lineman, just shoot. Oh my God. This has been great. This is great. Imagine enjoying round 1 more than rounds 2 and 3. These have been unbelievable.
Yeah, no, we knew these were the rounds, right? These were the
rounds. They're gonna finally expand the NFL and give Dion the new whatever franchise that comes into existence, so he can bring Shador in.
It's gonna be part of the London Silly Nannies.
Yeah, Tony Gabriel playing QB in the winter in Cleveland. Oh God. Another great part of day 2. Vikings fans, like, I waited this long and my team fucking traded back. Oh man. Jalen Smith, corner. Just what you needed. You got a top 3 corner in the entire NFL and the worst offensive line in the NFL.
Jesus Christ, Houston.
D'Amico Ryans is
they're gonna be fun to hate watch this year, right? Like,
yeah.
And I'm gonna have to hate watch them because I'm gonna have a fucking bag load of Nico. So.
Yes, get ready for the first couple weeks of DFS where it's like the Texans are playing the Panthers, and you're like, dude, I don't care. The Panthers are gonna fucking sack Stroud 7 times. Yeah. Like, and Mixon's gonna run 35 times. Like, we're running this back. They're running. They did not learn from last year. They didn't learn. It's unbelievable. Jalen Smith could be great and whatever, but like we're about to reach round 4, and they took one offensive lineman with arguably the worst offensive line in the league.
How many compensatory picks do we have?
We have 5 more. 2 Raiders. Oh wow, we got a little Raiders run. I mean, this is definitely true. The Texans defense rocks.
Yeah. It's never been the question.
No, the defense is awesome. But that's why we're so mad. The defense already rocked. The team only has one flaw. The whole roster has one flaw, and they were just like, it's fine. They skipped leg day. That's the equivalent. Biceps look great. Bench is phenomenal. Leg day, not great for the Houston Texans.
Do you think Shador should just retire right now? Just
I
do
would.
something very unprecedented. Just feel like,
Just go move to a remote island
yeah.
and like live it out. Like the money's not an issue.
No, you got money.
Pop's got the money.
You made money in college too.
Yeah, he made millions in college, and Dad has millions in the bank.
Yeah. Good thing they had Travis Hunter, because otherwise I think this would actually really hurt the Colorado program.
Seriously. Yeah, can you imagine if Hunter didn't win the Heisman? like, Jesus. We've all done that. Accidentally put the 0 in for the O. That's the Texans. Yeah, this is a good point from Ion Need. The Vikings could take Shador here with that last supplemental pick. I don't think they will, but
They
everybody,
can't.
no. But if you're a quarterback that, like I said, can walk and chew gum, you're going to be good for the Vikings. But that's what McCarthy is for.
Who wants to take Shador now? Because it just becomes that's the other problem. At this point,
I think that's what it is.
It was already a story, but now it's a bigger story.
Yep. Your whole offseason. Like he's going to be like the QB3 on any team that drafts him now. And you're like, no one's going to talk about, every question is, how does Shador look today?
Right.
And it's like, I don't know. How does fucking Tim Boyle look today? Who cares? Like, he's not a relevant part of our 2025 season, but he's going to be the whole story.
It's why Tebow didn't stay in the league, right? Because it wasn't that teams wouldn't have taken him as like a backup. It's just when he's on your team, he's clearly not going to be the starter, but he's still too big of a story.
Yep.
Your backup can never be a story.
Yep.
He can only get drafted by the Steelers now.
Correct. Because it'll be viewed as what an incredible draft by the Steelers. They played chicken with the entire NFL, and they got Shador at such an insane value.
Right.
But anybody else where he's not going to play or has no path to play, all it is a circus.
Yeah, it's just too much.
Jerry's going to pull the trigger.
Oh, you think so?
Round 4, Jerry can't help him. Jerry's having a fucking heart attack right now.
What's round 4 look like?
Let's see. I'll pull it up. No. I guess technically the Raiders are in play. Technically the Jets are in play. Do the Cowboys have a fucking 4th round pick?
Do the Steelers have a fucking 4th round pick?
Nope.
Oh,
neither.
Wow. Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
I just saw Steelers. Their Steelers are on
Did
there.
I miss it? Yeah. 123.
Oh, no.
Wow. If he weren't such a dick, I would feel bad for him. But he brought it on himself. Caleb Rogers, guard, Texas Tech. Good for the Raiders. Somebody understands that offensive line matters. Yes, he has.
Yeah, Justin Fields has had a good draft so
far.
Yeah,
this is true. But because the problem is, this is the right setup for Shador and for a team who could deal with the circus. But when you have a superstar quarterback, you're trying to win the Super Bowl. You don't spend picks on luxury court, right? Like You have Josh Allen, you have Lamar Jackson, you have Patrick Mahomes, you have Jalen Hurts. We need to beef up the rest of the roster. We don't need a fucking quarterback. So it's like this.
And the one guy you mentioned there that the team could take the swing is Philly, to have him as their backup. But that's still too much of a circus, because we already know how the media and fans think about Jalen Hurts already. If he does anything wrong, the Shador heat starts. It doesn't start on the other guys. It's never going to start on Lamar. It's never going to start on Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, but it will start on Hurts. Like if Hurts has like a bad like stretch,
or gets hurt and Shador is good.
Yeah.
Because it's the Eagles are very Vikings in that, like we just talked about how good the roster is. Like turn around and hand the ball off to fucking Saquon and throw some bombs to AJ Brown, like any behind the best offensive line in the NFL. Like anybody can do that. Kenny Pickett did that. Like, what's the third stringer that got to play last year?
Oh yeah.
He's like a Colt guy, and he's the Tommy DeVito of the Eagles, the third stringer. But anyway, right? It's like people will be like, should they? Then the next day, you know what Skip Bayless is fucking talking about? The Eagles should trade Jalen Hurts because they have, and it's like, now you've just created the circus.
Yep.
Yourself.
Yep.
Yeah. This least surprising part from all this is Shador not interviewing well. If you ever listen to a post-game presser from Shador where they would lose by 40 and he was not the problem, is Tanner McKee. That's right.
Tanner McKee. Terrence, I don't disagree with you. It's not about the fact that they would pull the trigger on it. It's about you don't want that attention in general as an organization.
I mean, Jalen Hurts just won a Super Bowl. Like he's a lifelong legend in Philly. It's just the circus could be created.
Right.
It will. Patrick Mahomes is going to go down as a top 5 quarterback in the history of the sport. I love Jalen Hurts. He's not going to go down as that. He's barely a top 5 quarterback in the NFL right now, if he even is.
It would be.
And I'm not trying to hate on him. It's just like when Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar are in the league while you're playing, it's really fucking hard to be in the top 5 because those 3 are cemented in the top 3.
Would be funny if San Fran did it here, though.
Dude, if I told you that that was the sneaky team.
That was the Colorado Buffalo in the room.
Yes, it was. 800-pound Buffalo in the room.
There's no way.
No.
There's no way, especially at this point.
These 3 teams are not taking them.
No.
Because they're in on the conspiracy, obviously.
Yes.
I just now realized T-Bulls were winning this like whole game, and now Lakers are up 4 at halftime.
Oh, bet Minnesota then.
I know. LeBron's cooking. LeBron's got 22 and 6 at halftime, which means definitely bet Minnesota because I love LeBron, but like the second halves have been rough from the King. He's looked his age. Reeves is cooking too. What is the actual point of starting Jackson? We're starting Jackson Hayes in the playoffs. He played 4 minutes in the first half. Is he like a Make-A-Wish kid? Why is he fucking starting? Just play you clearly don't want to play him. Who made the rule that you have to start a normal center? Just fucking play your best players. Which by best players, I of course mean Jordan Goodwin, the pride of Belleville, Illinois, and St. Louis University. Yeah, this is the next.
Oh no!
Get ready for the Netflix documentary about the Jake Paul Shador fight.
Then Jake Paul's going to try to set up the Dion fight afterwards.
The Paul bros are gonna tag team match Dion and Shador.
Sanders versus Pauls.
Gotta make up the millions Shador's lost today, or in the last 2 days. Jeez. I mean, at this point, I'm wondering, honestly. I thought, honestly, if you would have asked me, do you think Shador falls to the second round? I would have said yes.
Yeah.
I really started to believe that later in the cycle. But if you would have told me he plummets what a name, by the way, just got drafted by the 49ers. Upton Stout.
Yeah, it looks wrong.
Corner is not a great position for the name Upton Stout, but the name itself, that is a nose tackle name. But great name. But if you told me, yeah, whatever, the Steelers moved up to get him at the beginning of the second because he fell, I would have been like, that seems like a very likely scenario. This is pick 101. There's 100 guys who've gone off the board, and Shador's not been taken. Some people thought he was a top 3 pick. Some people had him as their QB1 over Cam Ward. Dylan Gabriel has been selected in this draft, and people had him as their QB1. That's crazy.
That it's so wild. We're in third round overtime in the compensatory pick.
This is fake third round. This is the fake third round. These guys are, Upton Stout was a third round pick, but not really. You know what I mean? Not really. Good run of pronounceable names though on the board here.
Yes,
Jalen Smith, Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant, and Upton Stout. Who's Xavier Watts, Jared Wilson. This is bizarre. Sanker's close enough. Jalen Milrow, Emory Jones, Josiah Stewart, Wyatt. The last name's a little. That's in the gray zone.
No.
That's a weird way to spell it, so that's also in the gray zone. The third round is the straight elitist. All pronounceable names. Okay, there we go. Princely.
You man me win.
Yeah.
A lot of M's and N's in that last name.
Savion Jones, the other Savion.
Another edge rusher for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Jesus. They also seem to take, you notice, I'm not saying that they've figured out some cheat code. They take from the big time schools.
Yeah.
Georgia, LSU, Bama, right?
The Raiders are having a great draft. I agree, Nolan.
Yes, they are. 9-8 ass team.
They're getting that 9-8, 10-7 roster together.
Get ready to learn 9-8, baby. And a 30-point loss in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
See, here's a team. Rick says the Niners with 4.
Oh, that wasn't even the Eagles. That was the Broncos. Sorry.
Here's a team. Yeah, they traded. Here's a team that realized, we're pretty good on offense. We have an issue. It's our defense is not very good anymore, the 49ers. And they said, why don't we throw some fucking resources at that defense? And the Houston Texans should take some goddamn notes about how you fix problems in the NFL draft. Yeah, dude, the Broncos rock. They are not a 9-8 ass team. They are a potential 12 win team. They just happen to be in the Chiefs division.
Tough division all around,
really
because the Raiders are probably going to be the worst team in that division again, but they're better than, they might be the best 4th place team in the division, right?
By far.
And then the Chargers are obviously going to be good. It's just they just beat each other up.
Yep. But they might get 3 playoff teams from that division.
Right.
They might get both the wild cards, which is historically been Ravens, Steelers, Bengal. It's historically been the North. Oh, we got the last pick. Oh, Ty Felton, wide receiver, Maryland, to the Vikings. He was pretty fun. So toss him. We'll be discussing him in the coming days for sure, as a fake third round, but nonetheless a third round wide receiver. That was fun.
That was fun.
That was a lot of fun. I still truly can't believe Shador Sanders does not have been drafted.
I think he shouldn't get drafted, and then I think every team should retire his jersey.
I mean, as Vaporware says, in the rafters at Colorado. Noted. Are we retiring every quarterback who gets drafted in like the 6th round of the NFL draft? You get your jersey retired, because there's going to be a lot of jersey retirements if that is the case. Yeah, Dylan Gabriel, just wow. That was the moment of the draft. I think was as soon as Dylan Gabriel came off, like Shug, whatever, right? Milrow, fine. But Dylan Gabriel it felt like a troll from the NFL. Like the Browns are just straight trolling Shador and Prime.
I didn't even know what to say at that point. When we're drafting Dylan Gabriel's off the street over Shador.
Unbelievable.
What
but
in the world?
It's been a long night. We appreciate going on 4.5 hours. But this was so much fun. We appreciate you guys. If you have not hit the like button on the way out or the subscribe button on the way out, please do. My dogs are clearly anxious. We will be back. Rob does every Sunday. If this is your first time with us, every single Sunday morning, Rob does a best ball draft stream. But this Sunday, I'm going to join Rob and we're going to talk, because we'll get all the other picks tomorrow in the NFL draft, and we're going to talk just overall fallout. And we'll see where Shador lands by Sunday, but we'll talk everything NFL draft and get you all set up for Monday and the week coming in terms of best ball contests, which of course is what we do here at Spike Week. You got anything before we get out of here, Rob?
Yeah, he might end up in a homeless shelter at this point. That might be where he lands.
100%. We will see you guys on Sunday if you're here with us, and of course we'll see you guys all summer drafting some best ball teams. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you guys later. Have a good weekend. Cheers.
Woo! Those were some spicy takes. Want to stay up to date with all of the other spicy takes we're going to have over here at Spike Week? Why don't you press that subscribe button below? You turn notifications on, we draft a team, boom, you know about it. We have another spicy take, boom, you know about it. You can be there. You can draft with us. You want to stay up to date? That's how you do it. All right, we'll catch you later next time here at Spike Week.